Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Gloucester County Board of Supervisors meeting of Tuesday, July the 7th. Thank you all for being here tonight. Mr. Baines, would you call the roll?
Yes, sir. Dr. Orr. Here. Dr. Lemming.
Yes.
Mr. Hudson.
Here.
Mr. Crisco.
Here.
Mr. Nicoso.
Here.
Ms. Hanson. Here. Mr. Bonneville. Here. All present, sir.
All right. Thank you very much. We will now move on to our invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance. Pastor Susan Boyd will be leading us in the invocation, followed by Ms. Hannah Simmons with the Pledge of Allegiance, the 2026 Daffodil Festival Queen. All that are able, please rise.
Father, we just thank you tonight for this meeting. We give you praise and we give you honor for who you are. Lord, we just thank you that we can come together and in a unity tonight, Lord, and we can share our ideas and we can share, Lord, the things that are on our hearts. Lord, we just bless these supervisors here, God, the people, Lord, that are in authority over things in this county. We bless them. We thank you, Lord, that they have godly discernment and, Lord, also a listening ear tonight. Thank you, Lord, that they're patient and, Lord, that they desire to hear the people. And Lord, we just thank you for the folks that are going to come up here tonight to speak, and we bless each and every one of them as well. Lord, we just look to you to just orchestrate tonight's meeting. We just thank you again and give you praise in Jesus' name. Amen.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
I'll take that as a motion to approve the minutes of March 3rd, March 9th, March 17th, and March 26th. Is there a second? We have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Next, Mr. Hudson, we have to make some amendments to our agenda tonight, and Mr. Hudson and I have discussed this, and he's going to make the changes that we need to do.
On the agenda tonight, we're going to remove item 5B, which is update to the board meeting calendar, and remove item 15 from the agenda, which is the closed session for tonight. That'll be rescheduled for probably August.
The 5B, Mr. Hudson, we need to have...
15.
I mean, no, but 5B, we need to make
that's what
11H.
That's what I was going to ask.
5B needs to come out and come to...
I thought we weren't going to discuss that until...
No, we're going to discuss...
Okay.
No, we're going to move 5B to 11H and then make board appointments 11I.
Second.
We have a motion and a second on an amended agenda. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay. I know, but it's... next, we will have approval of the consent agenda.
So moved.
We have a motion, we have a second. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Matters presented by the board. It is.
Yeah, actually. Mr. Chair, I'd like to recognize several entities within the county. Sunday, we had a large fire at Gloucester Point. Many members from this county staff that were present, emergency management in particular, I'd like to recognize for their ability to get the residents moved out of the area into a sheltered area during that time, as well as our sheriff's office, our animal patrol officers, and Abingdon and Gloucester for the immense job they did during the sweltering heat. It was a long, hot day, difficult task in front of them, and all of those entities came together and did an amazing job. So I just wanted to point that out.
Very good. Anything else from any other members? I know we've got a lot ahead of us, but if you want to speak, okay. We'll move now to county administrator items. Mr. Baines.
Yes, sir. Just a couple quick ones. One is that our, my mic is on. Sorry. That
It doesn't sound like it tonight.
Our Public Information Office, they were awarded an award by the School Board Association this year, so they got a lot of credit for the things they've done for information, both for the county citizens and for the schools. On top of that, we were going to mention the same thing, that our CERT staff and others this weekend, we had a couple of issues that came up that they were worried about people with the hot weather, and we stayed on top of those, including on Sunday the fire that happened. And of course, we had the beach and the fireworks that went on over across the bridge. That during that time, I think there were 3 to 5 rescues in the river this year. So we had a lot going on during the fireworks. But again, everybody seemed to work well together. We seemed to have a crowd control that everybody enjoyed what they were doing. So I think that's it for us. Thank you. Oh, thank you. And we got our new CFO. She started yesterday, and I'd like to introduce Sassy Wojcik. She's our new CFO, and she's excited to be here, right, Sassy?
Yes, it's my second day.
Yeah, second day.
Very good.
She came back after the first, so we're really starting off well.
Nice to meet you, everybody, and nice to meet you, all the, citizens of Gloucester. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep. And that's it, sir.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Okay, we will now move to our scheduled presentations. Our first presentation tonight is Communications, Trust, and Engagement in Gloucester County. Mr. Quentin Shepard, Community Engagement and Public Information Director. Welcome.
Good evening, board members, Mr. Wilmot, Mr. Baines. I wanted to come before you tonight because we recently conducted a survey, a scientific survey using our final Zen City survey that was included in our previous contract with them, to kind of gauge how we were communicating with residents in the county. So this is a little bit about what we found out, and then we've got some suggestions on how we can improve in the future, and would love to hear your suggestions as well. That's all right. So the way this survey was designed is it was mainly conducted through social media, through ads on mobile devices, and online survey panels. So through the survey, 412 folks were recruited back in the spring. The Zen City's sampling methods are designed to ensure reliability and representativeness, and they do that through weighted techniques that account for the demographic based on the most recent U.S. Census data. Here are the key takeaways of what we found out. No single communication channel reaches all residents, so that's why we're continually trying to utilize our print media partners, our radio stations, our social media. Our trust and transparency scores are modest. However, many residents still remain persuadable, which means there's a large group, and we'll get into this in a minute, of folks that really are neutral when it comes to if they're engaged in the community or not. We found out younger, lower income, and renter populations are less engaged overall, and staff interactions significantly influence residents' perceptions of the county. And then finally, emergency preparedness confidence is strongly linked to trust in county communications. Social media is our dominant channel. 66% of those surveyed receive county information through, we've got 5 different social media accounts. We've got a Facebook page, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, and a Nextdoor account. 35% identify social media as their primary source. However, traditional print media, word of mouth, other means of communication still remain important. And then 8% of those surveyed reported receiving no county information at all. As far as satisfaction with county communications, of those surveyed, 40% were satisfied. A larger percentage, 42, are neutral, and then 18% were dissatisfied. Top improvement areas that folks recommended that we work on is the ease of finding information on the website, timeliness of updates that get put out, and then clarity of information. So a lot of times we need to be a little bit more shorter and succinct when we put information out so that it's a little bit easier to digest for folks that are scrolling on social media or reading a press release. This is touchy tonight. Trust and transparency. Did I miss one? Nope, that's the next one. So 31% view the county communications as mostly or completely transparent. 39% see the county as a trusted information source. And again, there are large areas of neutral folks that remain undecided. So our key takeaway here is that that large neutral block of folks who are neither satisfied nor dissatisfied represent an opportunity for us to build credibility with them for those who are open to engagement. 75% of folks who said they were satisfied with county communications trust the county. However, 69% of folks who are dissatisfied do not trust the county, which is, you know, pretty common sense. Engagement gaps. Again, the groups that are consistently underperforming are our younger residents, our lower income households, and our renters. These are the groups that show lower satisfaction, lower trust. They're have been less willing to enroll in our emergency communication system and are less apt to participate either in person or through virtual comments that are taken by Ms. Cronin. How is civic engagement related to customer experience? So 57% of those surveyed said that they would like to participate virtually. 53% said if they would like to participate in person. Now, obviously, there's some overlap there because certain people that responded that they would be willing to do both. As far as county staff interactions, among those who contacted county staff, 45% had a positive experience. 29% remain neutral, and then 26% report that they had a negative experience. So what the survey, what that tells us is that the near even split of negative and fair experiences suggests that staff interactions may be eroding satisfaction and trust rather than building it. It also tells us that we need to continue to offer both virtual and in-person engagement opportunities because it was nearly split down the middle. As far as emergency communications, 42% of those surveyed are currently enrolled in the Be Alert emergency communication platform. However, only 21% of younger folks, 18 to 34, are enrolled. Among those non-enrolled residents, 54% are interested in signing up. So that tells us we really need to come up with ways to reach those folks that we have not been reaching in the past. As far as confidence, 95% of residents who trust the county are confident in the emergency communications. But again, out of those who distrust the county, confidence drops significantly. Strategic priorities. So things that this tells us that we need to focus on and continue to improve. We want to continue to strengthen transparency around major decisions. There may be opportunities to improve website navigation and information accessibility. We plan to continue a balanced multi-channel communication strategy, and we're going to try to place a lot of emphasis on targeting our younger, low-income, and rental populations. And a lot of that can be done through going out and meeting folks where they are, at daffodil festivals, at different farmers markets, things like that. And also, some localities use door hangers to get information out to, for instance, apartment complexes and more high-density areas. We're going to continue to expand Be Alert enrollment through targeted promotion, similar to what I just mentioned, and build trust through consistent, timely, and clear communication. And by doing some of these things, we feel like we can help, help that neutral block of folks get a little bit more engaged with the community. One of the big things that we've done recently that has received a lot of feedback, positive feedback, is the live stream of these meetings on our Facebook and YouTube platforms. Your town hall live stream received over 10,000 views, which is pretty impressive. What it does is it increases accessibility for everybody. Those who are unable to attend meetings, those who may have trouble or don't want to go through the steps of making all the clicks to see it on eScribe. When you scroll onto your social media, it pops right up. And it gives folks a chance to kind of tune in real time and see what the governing body is speaking about. It helps support transparency and public engagement, and it aligns with their survey findings that show that residents want information through multiple channels. Again, just to recap next steps, we're going to continue our Facebook and YouTube live streams. We plan to continue to work on improving website navigation and easier access to information, expand our emergency notification enrollment efforts, continue customer service improvement initiatives with working through county administration, increase our outreach to younger residents and renters, and also explore additional virtual engagement opportunities. And just to provide you with a couple additional statistics, I looked back, and Facebook is our main social media platform that we reach most residents. In 2022, we had 3,930 followers, and currently we have 8,600 followers. So we've increased that by over 4,600 in 4 years, which for a local government, I think that's really working toward getting the word out, because that's where we put all of our announcements. A lot of our social media announcements go on Facebook and also shared to Instagram as well. In the past 6 months, on Facebook, we've had 1.6 million views, 40,100 visits, and we've gained, just in the past 6 months, 770 new followers, which I think in a large part is due to the live stream. So I've got more, but I know you've got a hefty agenda tonight, so I'm going to stop there and see if you all have any questions or comments or suggestions for improvement.
Any questions or comments from Mr. Shepherd? Yes, Ms. Hanson.
So regarding the B,
Yes.
I've lived here all my life, and I'm not signed up for that. And really, honestly, until I was on the board, I didn't even know about it. So
Okay.
what are your ideas about how to get out that information to the public so that they would be able to know that that's available to them?
I think so. We've pretty much exhausted a lot of our traditional channels. So I think, and speaking with, and you said the B alert, correct? So, in speaking with the emergency management coordinator, I think our next step is to work on door hangers and maybe do some more boots on the ground type of efforts to recruit more folks. We also need to probably do another push. The system's been in existence now for, I believe, about three little shy of 4 years. So just an overall another push for that through our traditional channels as well. Every time we have a storm situation, we try to share that opportunity is available and try to get folks to sign up. But again, I think we're going to have to do more boots on the ground outreach to reach some of the folks that have not heard about it yet.
So you tried traditional mailings and stuff like that? and
We
then
did a
just-
mass mailer.
People don't like junk mail.
They don't.
So.
That's right. And that's why we stopped. We used to mail out a beehive to everybody, and folks thought that it was just a piece of junk mail, so it got thrown in the trash. So thank you. So that's why we switched to the magazine and online with that. So
Okay. Well, let me know. Let us
Thank
know
you.
what you
Thank
will
you.
come up with that.
any other questions or suggestions?
Dr. Lemming.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Shepherd, your mother would be very proud of you.
Yeah, thank you.
Absolutely.
I'm just telling you. And if she's watching, I hope
She
she
probably is.
probably is. At this moment, she's going. I'd really like to start my comment out by complimenting you and your department.
Thank you.
I really mean that. You know, what I see sometimes is, and it never irritates me, it's always a little bit impressive to see things in multiple venues that are repetitive, and that's okay.
Sure.
Trying to get at the different sectors of our local population. And I really mean that as a compliment.
Thank you.
My second comment is, I was disappointed when you stopped sending out the Beehive. My third comment is, I am signed up for the Bee Alert program.
Good.
I'm a little surprised at how few people are signed up for the Bee Alert program,
too.
to be honest with you. And I wondered if a mock disaster might push that envelope a little bit. You know, it's great when people are interested and the storm is around the corner, but really and truly what we would need is for people to be signed up in advance.
That's right.
Such that when there was a disaster, that notification can get out. The purpose of the Be Alert program is to save lives.
It is.
I mean, there's no question. Life safety is the number one focus
is.
of that program. So that was my only last comment, and again, your mother would be very proud.
Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Hanson.
One other comment to ride along with Joe. Do people understand what the Be Alert is, too? I think maybe people don't understand what specifics that does and the communication that it provides.
I think they're hesitant because they're afraid that we're going to either spam them with calls or we're going to sell their number to those who will spam. And we've tried to debunk those myths as much as possible, but folks in general are really hesitant these days to put their phone numbers out. And I think that's a big hurdle that we're struggling with. But again, when we continue to push that out there, we are going to make it clear that we're not going to sell information. And also with the system, it allows you to choose what alerts you want and where you want to receive the alerts from. So it's very specific. So.
Mr. Hudson.
Mr. Shepherd, just looking now while you're going over it, it's not the easiest to find.
Yeah, it's not. That's true. And that's a big thing. I think when folks were saying ease of finding information, I think we need to probably work with IT to take a good look at our website perhaps, and some of those key areas bring a little bit more to the forefront so folks can catch it a lot quicker.
Dr. Lemon? Well, again, I'm not the IT guy, you know that. I'm just reminded of that, Quentin. But if every person who clicked on the website first saw, are you signed up for Be Alert, and then had the option to click to whatever page they wanted to, might help.
And I think what we can also do is utilize, we have a function on the website that does a pop-up alert. We used it for the town hall. We're using it right now for the utility rates. We can switch that over, and once the utility rates, the word is out there, switch it over to Be Alert, and hopefully that'll catch some more people as well. So,
Any other questions, Mr. Shepherd? If there's anything else you want to share, I know you're trying to hold back a little bit.
Sure.
Please feel free to send us an email so
Okay.
that we can take a
Will
look
do.
at it. Any other information that you think we should know?
okay, will do.
And then we can readdress it at another date if we need to.
Great. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
Okay. Next up, we have a transportation overview and state, federal, HRTPO funded project updates. Ms. Carol Rizzio, Assistant Director of Planning, Zoning, and Environmental Programs. Good
Good
evening.
evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board. So I'm here to provide the annual update on transportation projects. We're going to talk a little bit about funding for transportation, and then I'm going to talk about our Transportation Advisory Committee, which is a county administrator appointed board that advises specifically the county administrator on things. And then I'm going to go over all the projects that have recently been completed or on the books to be completed, either in the bidding phase or design phase. It is touchy today. Okay. So transportation funding for the county is basically three pots. The first one is where the bulk of our money is. We have about $85 million worth of projects in our competitive application process. So that's a dark green or dark blue on the left. Big piece of that is a smart scale program. These are all competitive applications for smart scale. We compete with the Fredericksburg district. The second federal funds available through the HRTPO, we compete with the Hampton Roads district. And then there's also locally requested, locally supported projects that require a match. We have gone after some of those, but not too much because of that match. The second pot of money is a lot smaller. We get about $83,000 a year from the state to do with what we want. So a lot smaller. I have less than $1 million because sometimes the money stacks up, but right now we maybe have $200,000 in that pot of funds. And the third pot of money is maintenance funds, but we don't get the funds. VDOT gets those, and we just get to ask them, hey, what do you think about fixing this or looking at this? And they manage that program. I'm going to go more into the funding on the other slides as we walk through the projects. But I think around COVID is when we established the Transportation Planning Advisory Committee. It's a great group. It's a very diverse group. We have 5 citizens on, 2 members of the board, a member of the PC, the EDA, our school transportation, the sheriff's office. And their main role is to help staff identify projects that should move forward and to make recommendations to you and the county administrator for that. The past year, they spent a lot of their time working through all the transportation studies that VDOT had done. They are highlighted on that map to the right. So they were very engaged in that. We talked about all the projects. We made recommendations. They made recommendations for your secondary 6-year funds on what projects should move forward with that too. And we meet quarterly with them. We're actually meeting tomorrow. And one of the things they're going to be talking about is the traffic, the court circle and the traffic around the court circle, looking at recommendations for should that change or stay the same. So as I said, the majority of funding is competitive. So no match required for the first 2 and a match required on the locally requested, locally supported. So again, I kind of said all this on the previous slide. We compete with Fredericksburg for smart scale and then Hampton Roads for the HRTPO funds. So currently we have 8 roadway improvement projects, and I'm going to go over them, so I'm not going to list them. The map on the right shows you where they all are located. A lot of them in our more urbanized, more developed areas in our village areas at the Point and the courthouse. And then we also have 3 bike ped improvement projects, and they are located, again, in the Point and the courthouse area. Oh, my little people didn't show up. So this is a map of where there are bike and ped crashes, and I had symbols on there. They don't really show up, but you can see all the blue dots is where all they're located, and that's kind of why our bike ped projects are in the Point and the courthouse village, because that's where historically we've seen a lot of crashes. You can see now this is past 6 years, there's some more along Hickory Fork. I looked at a couple of those, and there was some drunk driving associated with that. So they're getting more spread out, a lot along Route 17 as you go up and down, and then some out further in the outskirts. So first 2 complete projects, most recently completed. This is a Guinea Road project, probably completed now a couple years ago. It seemed like it took a while to get in, but they basically added this dedicated left turn lane. When VDOT was doing the study along this corridor, they looked at this intersection again, and they made another recommendation that might help to make this center lane, instead of a through lane, make it a through and left turn lane to improve the throughput of that light. It still kind of backs up a little bit. I don't know if any of you live down Guinea Road or drive that and notice the backup. It also they recognize backs up on this side too. In the morning, people coming out and turning left, which is why a lot of people, I think, go up to the Hayes intersection to make the turn, but no real suggestion on how to fix that one. Just the suggestion on the westbound side. Again, completed project, Woods Cross Road. Completed, I don't know the year that was completed, but so far so good, about a year ago, last year. Okay, so. This project, Sutton Road, so this is Route 17, or Main Street and Route 17, and Sutton Road here. So lots of changes proposed. The HSIP project is funding this. It also funded Woods Crossroad, and it's going to fund the next project, TC Walker. HSIP funding and Highway Safety Improvement Program, and it's really based on crashes. The number of crashes, severity of the crashes is how you get money for these projects, and that program is pretty much VDOT managed. So VDOT pulled this project forward. It's been on the books for a while, but it's finally been awarded, so it should go to construction soon. And basically, it's dividing further this merge lane from the people coming from the Walmart on 17. So there's more of a separator. It's a median, so you can't just scoot right over. There's some separation to let these people merge in before, and you just go straight before you have to merge in again. And then it's removing the access coming out of Sutton Lane. You can no longer make a left. You have to make a right, and you do a U-turn, and then come down. You can make a left here at Sutton. So I guess people were at, one of the comments on this was if you're coming up and you want to go on to, hold on, let me think it through. Oh, if you live here, oh shoot. There's a way where you have to come, oh, if you live here and you want to go north on Main Street, you have to come, and you used to be able to do a U-turn here to go north. Now you will have to turn into Sutton and then do this little U, but it's not really turned that way. A lot of people may still try to make that U-turn, but it's not designed for that. VDOT was pushing people to the light to make the U-turn. But that will be going into construction soon, along with this project, which is at TC Walker in Maine, which is doing an offset right turn lane. So the idea is that when you come to this stop bar coming out on TC Walker, you can look to the left and you can clearly see who is in the turn, who's making a turn and who is not, to give you more room to get the throughput out here onto Main Street. This project also was recently awarded, so it should be going to construction soon. This is making safety improvements to the R-cuts that are in the courthouse area along Route 17. This first one is not changing the location of it. This is the entrance to the shopping center, and this is a golf cart sell area. It's basically allowing to where the cars that stack up in the R-cut or in turning left are not blocking somebody that's doing the left turn the opposite direction. So that's the safety improvement there. And then the other R-cut is the one that is just north of Aldi's. It is where that, you have to come now, if you're going north on 17 and you want to turn into Aldi's, you come down here and you make a U-turn and then you make a right turn into Aldi's. Now they're separating that R-cut and making the left turn right at the Fox First Street. This R-cut is basically in the same location, but again, changing the orientation of the R-cut so that you're not blocking traffic from seeing you.
Carol, was one of the additional things for that, they were worried about pedestrians crossing there, that gives more room for pedestrians side of line also?
Yes, we talked previously about extending the sidewalks down along 17 and having a crossing of Route 17, and in this location right between these R-cuts is where that was kind of proposed to do that.
But it gives, even today, it gives walkers a chance to get to a center island where they've got room for people. Right now, they kind of have to run across because there's not much room there in the middle.
Yeah. We also have funding for a transportation study, and this is one of the, not many programs fund studies. The RSTP through the HRTPO does. So several years ago, we applied for and were awarded $250,000 that is coming available next year for some type of a traffic study or transportation study along Route 17 in our courthouse area. We've kind of been sitting on it because VDOT about 3-4 years ago did a pipeline study on this section of 17. The Fox Mill is possibly coming in. We want to wait to see what happens with that. If that goes forward or not, our study will change depending on what we do with that. But the study, if it did go in, the study, we might look at extending this road down to Burley Road, if that would help Route 17 traffic. So it really is going to depend on what happens with that project as far as what we study. But we do have money to look at something in this important corridor of ours. This project is in the Glens area. This was awarded with the last round of Smart Scale. It's at Route 33 and Route 17. And basically it's lighting up the intersection because it's pretty dark there, and it is adding a merge lane for travelers going north on 33 to get south on 17. Right now, you have to merge pretty quickly, so they're extending that merge lane quite a ways. This is one of our bike ped projects. This is Roaring Springs Road. This project has been on the books or in the planning stages for many, many years. It's finally getting some traction. It is funded for a sidewalk from Main Street down to Wyncote Avenue. They're in the right-of-way phase of that project. We have a smart scale project that I'll talk about last agenda item or close to it to take that a little further down to the Holly Springs neighborhood. So right now, we're just funded to here. Next phase with Smart Scale, we're applying to take it to Holly Springs. Eventually, we want it to go all the way to the park. Another bike ped project that has been on the books for quite a while is Great Road Sidewalk. It was supposed to be all these red lines, Lafayette, or Great Road, and then all these connections all the way down to the end were going to be the project, but funding, inflation, we had to cut it in half. So now we're basically infilling and making a complete sidewalk going along Lafayette Heights and then all the way down Great Road to the beach. So it's going to be consistent. And we're working with VIMS on that. They did support the project financially as well. This project also was awarded during the last round of Smart Scale, and it's at Walmart, basically, Main Street and Route 17. And it's modifying the medians in the intersection so that you can get dual left turning movements out of Main Street and out of Walmart. It's also adding a sidewalk that along this crosswalk and sidewalk that will connect to the Aldi's sidewalk. So some linkages there. And it's incorporating the other project that was awarded probably 3 rounds ago of Smart Scale, which is a shared use path with basically a wide sidewalk that is going to go from the intersection that we just spoke about. It was supposed to go all the way up to 314 intersection, but again, inflation, costs going up. The project was only able to be funded to TC Walker. We have an opportunity, this RSTP program is starting up again, that funding through the HRTPO. So we have an opportunity to apply and try to get the rest of it funded so it doesn't stop at TC Walker. Those applications are due August 15th. So we're going to try to finish that project. And then I believe the last project is, and the largest one financially, is the Route 17 widening. Again, that was twice as wide as, or twice as long as what it's ending up being. It was supposed to go from basically the Farmwood or the old Pizza Hut all the way to Guinea Road, but it's going to TC Walker now, just a little past TC Walker.
Tide Mill.
Tide Mill. Anne's going to kill me. I always get those mixed up. Yes. Sorry. Thank you for the clarification.
Before you move on from that slide, I remember this discussion happening when I first got on the board, that we were talking about taking 17 3 lanes to Walmart, I believe. And I think that cost projected then was less than the 42 million now just to get to Tide Mill 15 years ago.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's really crazy how much these things cost. Doesn't make it easy. So that's the $85 million worth of projects that the county has. The next agenda item, I will talk about the small money that we have and what we do with it at our secondary 6-year. And then maintenance funds, as I mentioned, managed by VDOT with county input. Citizens can make requests as well, 1-800-4-ROAD. They will get back to you. They have to get back with you. It's a tracking system, so don't feel like nobody's going to get back with you. Feel free to call that number. And I'll take any questions or comments you have on these.
Any questions or comments from Ms. Rizzio?
Mr. Chairman.
Dr. Looney.
Ms. Rizzio, you and I have talked about this in the past, and I'm not sure it's in the plan, but what about the enhanced or lengthened acceleration lane coming out of Rangtang?
I will talk about that in the next agenda item.
Good, okay.
Any other questions, comments regarding this presentation? Okay, We will now move to the secondary six-year program or six-year plan overview and project updates.
Okay, so again, a brief funding overview and then the projects, and this will be shorter. I think I skipped it. Okay. So turn lanes are historically, oh my gosh. Sidewalk infills are historically what we have been able to fund with this. The secondary six-year plan and the formula for that has been around quite a while. It is based on 80% on the county's population and 20% on their land area. And it's based on, the state. How much population in the state do you have? And that determines 80% of your funds. And then how much land area do you have in the state? That determines the other 20% of your funds. So we get $83,000 a year. And it's been dwindling. I think when I started, it was like 140 down to 80. There's not a lot of funding. There is, so again, turn lanes into Meredith Drive. We've done that along Fiddler's Green Road. We did some sidewalk infill. So there's a paved road fund, and then there's an unpaved road fund. And the unpaved roads are for state-maintained unpaved roads, and they have to meet certain qualifications that I'll talk about. And then maintenance fund again. So roadways, or the secondary six-year plan is for improvements to roadways, and maintenance funds are for that, just maintenance of roadways. So we get $82,000 approximately a year, and then this for the CTV for the unpaved roads, it's based on how many you have. We get almost $6,000 a year. There's no roads that qualify right now. They are evaluating County Line Road, which is way up in the north end of the county. That's the last one that's close to. You have to have the average annual daily traffic of 50 vehicles a day in order to get into the program, and you can't have more than 1,500 vehicles on the road in any one day. So there's certain qualifications that you have to meet to even be funded in that program, and that road currently does not have the 50 vehicle a day threshold. So these are the projects that are in the plan. The Great Road project that's grayed out at the top is still there because that's old secondary dollars that never got funded and were put on Great Road and just haven't. So you see the $2,700,000. So we used to get a lot more money than we do these days. And then we have the Little England Road paving and short lane sidewalks are the two projects. And the Little England Road paving was just recently completed. So there's a map showing where they are. I'll talk about them briefly. So short lane, this was one you approved last year during the secondary six-year public hearing. This is going to extend the sidewalk along short lane from Dunstan Hall subdivision to the high school. So high schoolers can, the runners, I think, used to always run that, and they run in the road. So this will get them off the road and on a sidewalk. So it's 721 linear feet sidewalk, 5 foot wide, for a cost of about $306,000. That should be constructed next year. And then unpaved roads, as I said, there's none proposed. We don't have any that qualify now. So the money just continues to increase until something comes along for kind of bank it for future. So Rangtang. So Rangtang is a project that kind of meets a funding hole. It doesn't really fit into anything. So there's a request, for those of you who are familiar, coming out of Rangtang Road. It's on a very bad curve, and you can't see. And so VDOT put up the flashing signs, but there's not a lot of accidents. So all the accidents were associated to people coming out of Rangtang and trying to make a left, and they put the R cut in there and stopped that, and pretty much the accident stopped. So it's not going to qualify for smart scale. It's not going to qualify for HSIP or anything. Asked VDOT to look at it and do a cost estimate for it. From looking at it, it's like, oh my gosh, it's all open and it's flat. We can easily do this. It'll be cheap. And then the cost estimate comes back at $1.6 million, not including stormwater or right-of-way or utilities. And there evidently is some utilities. And they are taking the taper a lot farther than, in my mind, I envisioned it would. I'm thinking right here, but, to meet the standards and the speed of the road, VDOT has certain roadway standards. So it's a 1,200-foot storage and 200-foot taper. So it doesn't qualify for any of the competitive programs, and we don't have enough money to fund it. So what do? So you got to get creative and think about other opportunities. So I have asked VDOT, can we reduce that? Does it have to be 1,200 feet and 200 feet? Can we shorten it down to maybe what we could fund? I don't know that that would get us there. I haven't heard back yet. I'm waiting on a response. In creative thinking, I was talking to VDOT and Lee, and he suggested maybe a sight distance triangle. So VDOT has cleared as much as they can in their right-of-way of these trees here. And they can't clear anymore. This is private property. So the idea of maybe it would be cheaper to see if we could purchase a sight distance easement to get to where you can see from here. You can see a car coming out, and if you're parked here, you can see people coming. So that's one avenue that maybe we can pursue. I don't know that the property owner would be agreeable to that, because if you remove all these trees, there's the power line. So he would be really open to the road. So I don't know, but we can see what we can do. So there's a lot of projects like this that they're too expensive for us to fund with our secondary 6-year, and they just don't really fit into a pot of money. They may fit into the locally supported, locally requested, like the HSIP, revenue sharing, but that requires a 50% match. And then there's Safe Streets for All, which is a federal program that we can apply for, but those require a 20% match. So there still requires us to come with some funding for the county. So hopefully that answers your question, Dr. Lemming, about not good news, but I'll take any questions or comments.
Any questions, comments on the secondary 6-year plan? Dr. Lemming.
Ms. Rizzio, I'm going to reach back in my memory, and some of my memory is an old, long time ago, but when I was on a different planning district commission, we had the ability to pool funds through the planning district commission, and we would all sort of vote on a project, and this county would contribute their amount, and this county would contribute this amount, and this would do this, and then we'd all sort of pool our funds into one and vote on and fund one project. Is that done anymore?
Not on the Middle Peninsula side. It's kind of done at the HRTPO because it's kind of, they score projects, so you have to score well enough.
Right.
But then it is really all the localities working together and with each other to get the most important projects funded.
Any other questions, comments? Okay. Seeing none, thank you, Ms. Rizzio.
Thank you.
We are now going to move to public comment period. When you come up, please state your name, your magisterial district, limit your comments to 3 minutes. Please be mindful that we do have 3 public hearings scheduled for this evening. Each of those public hearings will also contain a comment period. So if you're wanting to speak to one of those public hearings, please wait until that time to speak regarding that public hearing. Also, I think some comments have come in via email, maybe even or some of the phone calls misdirected, just one, that were misdirected as public comment and not a public hearing comment, or vice versa. So if you don't hear your comment now, it may have been moved to public hearing, and if you hear it now and you submitted it for a public hearing, Ms. Cronin has done the best that she can to try to correct the ones that have come in that way. But just be mindful. I will do my best. Mr. Wilmot will do his best to make sure you're speaking to the right topic at the right time. So with that, please come forward, starting with public comment.
Right here?
Yes.
I'm Kinsey McCann. I'm from the Abingdon district. Pull it down. I'm Kinsey McCann. I'm from the Abingdon district. I saw the plans for the old Rite Aid, that it was going to be a 7-Eleven.
Yep. That's actually our first public hearing. So if you wait for then.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay.
Yep. Nope. That'll be fine.
Do I just go back there
Yep.
then?
Yep. Just
Okay.
we'll call that one up next. This is for anything not regarding one of the public hearings. It's perfect. It's not often that we have this many at one time. Okay. Well, seeing no public comment, Ms. Cronin, do we have any phone calls or emails?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. First, from Ashley Garrison. on Pine Haven Circle. I respectfully ask the Board of Supervisors to consider supporting legislative efforts that strengthen due process protections for students attending Virginia's public colleges. Specifically, I encourage the Board to advocate for independent academic appeal panels, oversight and documented audit procedures for manual grading, and objective, measurable standards that promote transparency and accountability in academic decision-making. These reforms would help ensure that students receive fair and impartial review while strengthening public confidence in our institutions. From Wendy Hopp, solar farms do not help climate change. Deforestation hurts the environment because trees remove CO2 and release oxygen. Solar panels reflect the heat back into the atmosphere. How will the solar farms affect the wildlife and nature? Small nuclear units would be a much better choice. I do not want Gloucester County to turn into Newport News and Hampton. Please don't sacrifice our rural areas for the big energy companies' monetary gain. Our Dominion bill still includes a climate change charge that should be removed. I vote no to solar farms. From Carl Tenbrink from Petsworth, what, if any, agrivoltaics recommendations from the U.S. Department of Agriculture, USDA, and U.S. Department of Energy, DOE, are going to be implemented for this solar project? Will this project incorporate any agrivoltaic principles to balance development with the preservation of rural character and agricultural viability of Gloucester County? Has VDOT or third-party consultant conducted any traffic impact study for Ferries Mill Road, both during construction and ongoing maintenance of the solar project? Ferries Mill Road is only 2 lanes without any real shoulder. How is local traffic going to be impacted during construction of this project and ongoing operation and maintenance? Is the current condition of Ferries Mill Road able to handle heavy construction traffic and the additional traffic of ongoing maintenance? Will there be additional turn lanes built? Traffic lights at the project entrance? What is the local economic impact of this project? How many full-time local jobs will be created by this project? Are any renderings of the final project available? Will the project be visible from Ferries Mill Road? Will 50 acres of solar panels preserve the rural character and agricultural viability of Gloucester County? What precautions, both during construction and during ongoing operation, are going to be implemented to prevent any contamination of the Beaver Dam Reservoir and local watershed? What, if anything, has been done to make sure no threatened or endangered species, plant and animal, currently inhabit the area of the project? Has the Virginia DWR conducted any kind of environmental impact assessment of the solar project? What will the light and or noise pollution be, both during construction and ongoing operation of the project? And he submitted both for the CUP for Daffodil and Fox Mill.
Cool.
From Earl Murphy in the York District, I support renewable energy, so I'm in favor of both the Fox Mill Field and Daffodil Field solar farms. I think the locations in Timber Farms is perfect for the county and our residents. I support granting a conditional use permit for the Fox Mill and Daffodil solar farms. From Laura Daneman on Roaring Springs Road, Daffodil Fields LLC facility Hexagon Energy has disclosed plans for 50 acres for a ground-mounted solar photovoltaic facility. Given that a football field, including end zones, is 1.32 acres, we are talking about a solar facility that would be the size of 38 football fields. That is just too large a parcel of land for this purpose. Further, although they have not disclosed their plans for the remaining 473 acres or another 358 football fields of land, I suggest that the intent is to follow the energy facility with a data center. As a resident and property owner in Gloucester County, I reject this project in full and encourage more environmental studies, more neighborhood and homeowner input, and alternatives to this solar field data center pattern that is plaguing this state. Who was it who said, give them an inch, they will take a mile? From Mary Giardina on Sherwood Lane, please do not consider placing another solar panel farm in our area. It is a huge impact to local wildlife, and it is an eyesore. There are no good ways to do away with the panels once they no longer work. And then I have one voicemail to play.
This is Diane Jones. I am from the Ware District, and I think it's clear that if the county wants more money, they do not need a data center. All you need to do is put up a Buc-ee's. You'll have more than you can count. Thank you.
Those are all the comments, Mr. Chair.
One last call for any public comment not related to the public hearings. Okay. I will close the public comment period and move on to public hearings. The first public hearing is to consider a rezoning application to remove all proffered conditions from tax map 50-186. Ms. Ann Ducey Ortiz, Director of Planning, Zoning, and Environmental Programs. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm just going to bring all my stuff up here because I'm going to be up for a while.
That's fine.
All right, so this application, again, is an application to remove the proffers on the what was formerly the Rite Aid property. And it is to remove the proffers. Their intent is to do build a 7-Eleven, and they have a presentation after this, so they'll explain more about their plans for 7-Elevens along this corridor. So again, the property is at the corner of Hook Road and 17. It's 2.8 acres. It's Zone B1 conditional with the 3 proffers. It's currently vacant, and it's surrounded by residential and other commercial properties. And I'm just going to go through. I wanted to give a history of this. This is something that came up at the Planning Commission, so I added additional slides. I actually worked on the rezoning back in the day. So the property back then, we reviewed it under a former comprehensive plan, the 1991 comprehensive plan, which also included a 1995 Gloucester Point plan. At the time, we had the B3 zoning, which is office business zoning. And the idea was that the county wanted more employment, and so they zoned a lot of areas for office business. We ended up getting rid of that zoning district before we even updated our zoning ordinance because we found that everyone was requesting those properties to be zoned from B3 to B1 because, again, we tend to be a service economy, and really the B3 zoning just wasn't used. So you could see the subject property was zone B3. Most of the surrounding property was zone B1. So that was the existing conditions back in 2003. And here's an aerial photo. At the time, the Walgreens didn't exist. Hardee's was on that corner. Rite Aid was across the street over there. And that was the subject property, actually had a house on it. So this was the plan that they proffered, the rezoning plan for. It was at the time an Eckerd drugstore. And then this is they proffered this architectural drawing. Again, at the time, our comprehensive plan actually had design appearance standards in the comprehensive plan. And so the planning director at that time probably encouraged the type of development that would be more in keeping with those design standards that were in the former comprehensive plan. The third proffer was actually to also do an archaeological study, which was done. The purpose of that was looking at the Battle of the Hook. They did not find any Revolutionary War artifacts with that. So I think I covered most of this. So again, that application was reviewed for consistency with the 1991 comprehensive plan and the 1995 Gloucester Point plan. We have now adopted a new plan. We're working on the 2016 comprehensive plan and then the Gloucester Point Hayes Village plans. So the current zoning of the property, as I mentioned before, we got rid of the B3 zoning, so those other parcels that were zoned B3, we zoned them to B2, which is a village business zoning district. And then all the surrounding properties are B1, with this one particular one having conditions. So I'm not going to read all this, but the intent of the B1 is to conduct general business to which the public requires direct and frequent access. And the B2 is foster village-scale commercial, higher-density residential, and mixed use in and around historic centers. So given the location on Route 17 and Primary Collector Road, the B1 zoning is more appropriate in this location than the B2, which is more appropriate on collector and local roads. So again, this is the current comprehensive plan. So again, the 2016 comprehensive plan talks about this being a village mixed use district within the development district. It's, again, the county's principal service and employment area. The idea for projects along this corridor is to have minimal impacts on local roads and on the main roads. As you know, Route 17 is our primary corridor, and so one of the ideas along 17 in our current comprehensive plan is mostly access management, and a lot of it is highway mixed use, recognizing that a lot of different uses can go along the corridor, but we want to preserve the flow of traffic on Route 17. And in the Gloucester Point Hayes Plan, it is talks about the village core area. So again, the Gloucester Point Hayes Plan talks about a core area and then a transitional zone, and then you get into your single-family residential. So this is in the core area. So this is the proposed 7-Eleven that they are proposing. So in general, it would be in keeping with the B1 zoning district, but with the current proffers, it would not be able to be built based on the layout of the Eckerd drugstore that was proffered as part of that project. So just going through the three proffers, again, not going to read them, but the first proffer was the layout of the property. So again, the 7-Eleven project would not really be in keeping with the layout of the original Eckerd drugstore rezoning, but it would keep the same entrances and cover a similar area. There actually might be room for additional development, depending on where they have to put their stormwater facilities. The proffer 2, again, was the general architectural design, which is not what they are proposing for the 7-Eleven. And again, I think the applicant is going to get into some of that a little more. But this is the picture they provided to us at the time, and they have additional renderings in their presentation. So again, that is definitely not in keeping with the current Eckerd project that we have. And again, this proffer was for the archaeological. This was completed prior to the construction of the Eckerd drugstore, and no Revolutionary War artifacts have been identified on the property. Sean, who did the original presentation, he lives over in Newport News, and he kind of put this in there as an example of even if they kept the same building, you know, they had to change the layout to change the old Rite Aid on this site to a, they made it into a car wash. So just he kind of put that in just to show that by having those proffers that are so specific to the site, you really limit the potential uses of the site, even if it was a use that people really, really wanted to go there. So, so from a staff perspective, we felt it met the current comprehensive plan in terms of that we really don't have any architectural standards or guidelines in our current comprehensive plan, and none of this other surrounding properties have similar type of requirements. So we felt it met the intent of the B1 and the comprehensive plan guidance and consistent with the surrounding properties. In addition, this would enable the 7-Eleven to redevelop the site. It would have sidewalks, which is now a current requirement in our village areas. That projects would have to have sidewalks, where formerly in the old highway corridor overlay district, they were not required. And it will not affect the assessed value until it actually gets built, and then we do anticipate having a positive impact, which again, the applicant is going to discuss in his presentation. And so staff recommended that we forward it, that the Planning Commission forwarded to the board with the recommendation of approval. Again, I tried to address a lot of the issues that the Planning Commission discussed. They wanted to know more about the history of the rezoning and why the proffers were there. They wanted to see what the zoning was in the surrounding area, so I included that in the presentation. And the benefits of retaining the proffered conditions. I did spoke to Sherry Spring about whether, you know, she had tried to market the property, and she had contacted the owner when the Rite Aid first went out of business, and they never got back to her. So the county hasn't actively marketed the property, but there are certain discount realtors, Dollar Tree, grocery outlet that could go into the existing building, she said, based on her research, but it hadn't really been marketed other than by the property owners themselves. So we didn't receive any in-person public meetings, but we had 9 written comments at the Planning Commission public hearing. Again, the concerns were traffic, environmental, and the light impacts. Most people preferred the proffers to remain. A lot of people wanted to have another drugstore there, and the lack of desire for another gas station. Again, the applicant will kind of go over this, but his idea is to actually, this will replace the 2 7-Elevens that are currently along the corridor, which we just learned today, so he'll cover that in his application. So if it is denied, there are a lot of other uses that are permitted in the B1 zoning district that could go on the site, because the proffer would, you know, they would just have to continue to use the site the way it is designed in the building. The The planning commission actually, was not unanimous about this. At first, they actually had a motion to recommend denial. That motion failed, and then the motion to approve it was approved by a 4-3 vote. So that's the end of my presentation, and again, the applicant has a presentation as well, so if you don't have any more questions from me, we can call him up.
Any questions from Ms. Ducey-Ortiz before we speak? Let the applicant speak. Dr. Lemon.
Ms. Ducey-Ortiz, thank you for your summary. I'm a little bit confused at the moment. I apologize. I kind of hear two issues floating around. The first issue is pretty hard and firm, that the owner of the property is petitioning the Board of Supervisors to remove the proffers that were placed on the Eckerd Pharmacy construction.
Yes.
That's what the hearing is about. Then there's this other sort of, maybe I want to, if they are removed, maybe I could, maybe I will, but I really haven't submitted an application for it. It's just kind of my vision that I would use the property for a 7-Eleven, which would replace the other two 7-Elevens. Have I got the kind of, I don't, these two are not directly linked.
They are. So this all came up because there was a pre-application. The applicant submitted a pre-application for a site plan to put a 7-Eleven on this property.
Okay.
And staff explained that you can't do the project that you showed to the staff based on the proffers. So you are totally correct that removing the proffers is a separate issue. However, trying to be transparent to indicate that, but their intent is to build a 7-Eleven. They've indicated that. So removing the proffers would allow any use that's permitted in B1. It would allow a restaurant, it would allow another convenience store, it would allow many, many things in the B1 districts, including an office building, but their intent is to put up a 7-Eleven. And so we don't want to pretend that that's not true. They still have to go through a site plan process, but once the proffers are removed, it would be a by right use.
I understand that, but in your vast experience as a planning and zoning director, have you ever heard of an owner who intended to do one thing and then changed their mind and did another?
Happens all the time. Yes.
I mean, I just want to make sure, from my perspective, and if I'm out of line, Mr. Chairman, I don't want to be out of line. The matter before us is whether an owner of a property has the ability to petition the board to remove the proffers.
That is the rezoning request. Yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
Any other questions before we go to the applicant? Can you introduce? Because I don't have a name for anybody on the, other than the
we've been
email
working
from
with
today.
Mr. Yee, but I believe another person is
Okay.
going to do. Are you present? Okay, go ahead.
Please come forward and introduce yourself, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Matt Zonker, and I represent Verdad Real Estate, who would be the developer for this project. I want to thank the staff for all their time and work on this. To be transparent, we do want to remove these proffers, and this is what we're going to do. Totally understand the question about, have you ever had somebody say something and do something else? It's a fair point. This is kind of an approved project. It's got funding for it. This is what we're going to do. But we would definitely like to discuss this and make sure everybody knows exactly what we're proposing and what it means for this site and the area around it. I'll quickly just kind of run through this presentation and then love to answer any questions that you have. This is the team that's obviously working on it with Kimley Horn and our architect, Buff Studio. Okay. Yeah, here's a quick overview. I do want to note that we try to do our very best to stay within the existing footprint, if not shrink it from what's there today. We are not planning any additional development to the north, which I think maybe was mentioned that you could do that. We're not planning to add anything else. We're planning to use the existing facilities as they are. We are moving the dumpster to the north side of the property, which is out of sight from Hook Road. It currently sits in the kind of the southwest portion of that property. adjacent to the residential lot behind us, and is obviously more visible to traffic. Moving it to the north removes that visibility. One other note on the site plan, we are planning to install screening back behind the property. There's a residential piece of property behind us to kind of help mitigate some of that. Another comment that was raised at Planning Commission was, light pollution, things like that. We would follow all modern standards for lighting and keeping those, lights down to the site, not casting that out into the neighborhood or into traffic. We would submit a full report on that to county staff if this is approved. Just touching on access real quick, we are not proposing any changes to the current access points. We did have a conversation with VDOT about the access on 17. Their recommendation was to not move it. We could have potentially slid it north, but then that gets too close to the next driveway to the north. So they asked us to keep that in place. So there's no plan changes to the access. Obviously, people here are familiar with the 7-Eleven. There's many all over this market. They have a push right now to modernize a lot of their facilities. We're going through this in Norfolk with some other projects, and one of the goals is to really consolidate some old units that are kind of at the end of their useful life. If you go into them, they need some help. So the plan is, maybe this comes up here in just a second, is to consolidate these two stores into one nice new modern store. The citizens that spoke at Planning Commission, there was a lot of concerns about the number of convenience stores up and down 17. So our plan here is to reduce the net number. So those stores would be, the plan is to close those stores. Environmental question came up. All tanks would be removed. You can't leave tanks on the ground. It's against DEQ standards. That would be against the law. One thing I would note here is that, yes, 7-Eleven is one of the largest retailers in the world, but they have a pretty unique structure with their franchisees. The franchisees are actually business owners, and they run those stores. It is a small business. They are local. It's not like a giant, franchisee that has 700 locations. They usually have 1, 2, maybe 3 stores, and that is a local person to the area. So this is a great opportunity for the franchisee in the area because they're going to get a brand new store out of it. It's like going from a, old car that needs a lot of maintenance and a lot of work to like, a brand new Mercedes or something like that, something really nice. So that is the plan for this location, or to consolidate those locations into one new modern store. I think you've seen the renderings. If you have any questions on those, this is the latest gen prototype. It's really nice. I really like the inside of the stores. They're much lighter than old stores. The merchandising is a lot better. All the new amenities are in these stores, so it's a pretty nice product and customer experience compared to some of the other stores that are in the area. Just talking about economic benefit, there are stores in the area, so there's not going to be as big of a jump. But what we wanted to highlight is what it means to the community, and sales taxes is very important. It kind of makes the world go round here locally. So we just wanted to include some figures on that. So if you have any questions on that, just let me know. The numbers at the bottom there are the local impact. You guys probably don't care as much about what goes to Richmond as what stays here locally. So that's the numbers we highlighted there at the bottom. Same thing on the property tax income here. We just wanted to provide an overview of what that means economically, in addition to jobs, in addition to having a nice new asset. I just want to stress this is what we are going to do with the property. We are happy to work with the staff, with the board, with the community. So I'd love to answer any questions that you have. Actually, I want to make one more point on the traffic that came up as well. So currently, we put together a report that shows the traffic. An average pharmacy sees about 788 cars a day, or customers, I'll say. The convenience store, the projection was just under 1,400, so that is an increase. An AM, that would be 177 additional customers. PM, 89 customers. That would probably be the profile here, given the side of the road that it's on. When I chatted with 7-Eleven about this, and asked them, that was a projection from that Kimley Horn, our engineers, put together. They said their average customers are somewhere between 700 and 1,000, putting it more in range with the pharmacy, which was the current use. So I don't think, it would be great if there was more customers that showed up. The business would be more successful, but I think the traffic is probably pretty similar to what was projected for a pharmacy. So I wanted to make that last point and then open it up to any questions.
Okay. Any questions for Mr. Zonker before we open the public hearing? Ms. Hanson.
So I live down, born and raised in Gloucester County, but I was doing some observing of my community down at Gloucester Point. And I noticed the aesthetics of the buildings were brick veneered. Even the raceway has a brick veneer, matching that colonial feel, that village style, which is the proffer you're asking to have removed.
Sure.
Part of the proffer. What made someone think that this would look good in my area? This doesn't fit in with our aesthetics, our village feel. This is nice, but this looks something more like in a city, not in a county, in a community. It doesn't match what we see every day driving down our road. And I'm not saying change isn't important, but is this the only consideration for this design?
No, I think we're flexible, really. We offered to the staff to have it stay colonial with an elevation.
All the other ones are. Raceway has still got the colonial brick veneer.
Yeah.
The Rams moved in and didn't even change the building. They just moved in to the building as it was brick. There's a lot of those aesthetics that are important to us in Gloucester, that historical feel like we do in the courthouse. We wouldn't agree to put this style building down the street in the courthouse. And the Gloucester County, Gloucester Point area is historical too.
Yeah.
And that would be my concern, that both the 7-Elevens that are currently sitting there are brick.
Yeah.
And so we're going to trade 2 brick buildings in for this, and then to have 2 brick buildings that are empty. And a lot of those 7-Eleven buildings are empty for a long time.
Yes. The recommendation for us was to submit those prototypical elevations. We have other elevations that are colonial, that are more consistent with what you might see in Williamsburg or areas like that. Totally open to doing that. Happy to do it. That would be fine with us.
I know there's a 7-Eleven right there on Jamestown Road that has been brick, and it was made to be brick because it's right there on Jamestown Road. I said we wouldn't build this in a colonial district, and I just,
I think some of the feedback.
I know the cost would be more. I understand that, but did you have any other renderings to show us from that style?
I don't have them tonight. I think we've shared some in the past. I would be happy to have those sent over as soon as possible. I can send them later tonight or tomorrow, but I don't have them with me.
No, that's not the one they're proposing to put here. It's another building that they had done before. Right.
Yeah, I would just say there's total flexibility with that. Happy to do it. Like I said, that was what we were asked to go with, but we can change that.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Nikosh.
My question is, you probably cannot answer, but it would be a question that I would ask the 7-Eleven. Because you stated in your presentation that the buildings that or the 7-Elevens that you would potentially close are outdated. My question is, and it's been a burning question on my mind for the last couple of weeks, is why wouldn't they consider taking something they already have, a property that they already have, and remodel it?
Yeah, I think the challenge with that is they can't provide the same customer experience that they have now in the smaller footprints. Their offering has changed dramatically, and to be competitive with, like the Raceway is a nice building that was put together. It's a larger footprint. It's kind of the modern direction that all convenience stores are going. You see Wawa, you see Royal Farms, new 7-Elevens. Everybody's going to that larger footprint that has more offerings, bigger restrooms, just a more open facility. And with the existing footprints that most of those properties, that the old 7-Elevens, you can't raise and rebuild it, put enough pumps out front to make it competitive with other projects. And from a cost perspective too, it's almost as easy just to go back and build a new facility. But that's the reason for it. There are some instances where that does make sense, and there is enough property to expand it. They will do that. And it also has to be the owner of the property. It has to kind of work financially as well. But that's the case with these particular locations.
Ms. Haynes.
I have to say that, I know they're quite busy, 7-Elevens. I go to the one at Gloucester Point quite often. Sometimes they get to the gas pump and have to wait. They're also part of the community, too. You have a lot of people that come in and know each other. It's become a staple of that little area where people and their kids walk to that station, too. And, some people would, probably miss that. I know, you've got to grow and change, but they're quite busy locations, and they've been renovated here and there. At least I know the Gloucester Point one was. So my question is the same franchisee person own both of those locations?
I don't think so. I think one of them is franchised, and the other one is maybe a corporate store. So that I think the franchisee would get moved to this new facility.
So is that for sure that the franchisee? Because that's my question is.
In their agreement, I'm sorry to interrupt, but in their agreement, I think they have to be offered that store, as long as they're in conformance with, performance metrics and store cleanliness and things like that.
But is there a guarantee that he's accepting that, is what I'm asking?
I don't know why they wouldn't accept it. I don't think it doesn't cost them anything.
What reason that I ask is that, a lot of people in the community are making comments, they don't want too many gas stations in Gloucester Point. If you're saying that they're going to close, and that would alleviate that question if we knew that we're just going to have one single gas station and not an extra one. Does that make sense?
Yes.
But that's kind of out of our purview for what we're here for tonight.
I'm just
No, I understand, but we're here to discuss the proffers and whether or not we wish to remove them.
Yeah.
Yep, Dr. Worth.
So you indicated with these two stores, you're going to remove the gas tanks, right?
Yes.
At most stores, but then you'll be leaving the building empty, sort of like the one that's across from Wawa, which is just an empty building with, right now, plywood. So those buildings would just be sitting there like that. You're not going to take down the buildings and have an empty lot. You'll just have an empty building.
Yeah, it depends on what the landlord wants to do with those. I don't know if those are owned by a third-party landlord or 7-Eleven direct. Obviously, 7-Eleven would try to sell those or release those buildings. This property has been marketed for the last, I think, year and a half. I did want to make that comment that it has been on the market, and they haven't had anybody else kind of come to the table. It's a difficult box to reuse. Not to change the subject, I did want to address that comment earlier. The shopping center group, a major commercial brokerage firm has been marketing it for sale or lease. So, but yeah, on the other ones, they're going to restrict some uses. They don't want them to turn into a competing use like a liquor store or things like that. Vape shops, that kind of stuff, which I know that's a concern in other markets. So they would restrict those uses typically. So.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Dr. Lemon.
I'm trying to think how to say this in a respectful, polite, and public fashion. It's fairly difficult for me at the moment. So before us was a fairly simple issue where a landowner wanted to remove proffers from their property. That was the public hearing before us, which is now turned into, you want to construct maybe this rendering conditioned on our removing the proffers. I believe that's actually the matter before us at the moment. To which my counterpart inquired about a proffer whereby you would create a colonial appearance instead of this rendering. I think that's essentially what you asked. Don't let me put words in your mouth, but I think that's what you said. And I would actually agree with her, by the way. But that's not in writing. So I don't know what we're doing here. I mean, what you want is a tag on. Forgive me, I'm not here for this. I'm a landowner supporter, but if you're going to tag on a proposed use and renderings and make verbal statements like, well, we could do that. We've done that in other places. Maybe we could do that. I want to see it all in writing. I want to see the renderings. I want to see the proposals. I'm with Supervisor Hanson, by the way. Some of us who sit up here think that we are in the historic quadrangle, not outside of the historic triangle. And if you have any memory of your history, the Revolutionary War ended in the county of Gloucester at the Battle of the Hook, where, by the way, this store would be located. And some of us are fairly, intensely interested in that history. So I'm just frustrated. How about that? So, Mr. Chairman, I'll say, but thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments before we open the public hearing? Thank you, Mr. Zonker. Don't go anywhere. We'll probably have more questions for you after this, but we will move now to the public hearing. Ms. McCann, I think you came up first, so please come on back.
Should I still say my name and district?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Has it changed?
No. All right. I'm Kinsey McCann. I'm from the Abingdon district. I don't think it would be a good idea for a 7-Eleven to replace the Rite Aid. There is a lot of gas stations in our county. We are getting a Sheetz, and it's another addition to the countless gas pumps in Gloucester. There is already a 7-Eleven at Tad Mill Road, which is not that far from Walgreens. Around the area, there's a Shell station by Hayes Food Line, 7-Eleven, and a Raceway. In addition to these convenience stores, they always have a hiring sign. It highlights the amount of people who do not want to work there. I believe the county would benefit from another pharmacy store, a batting cage for the kids who are involved with GOIB, a hangout place for the local teens and kids, indoor mini golf, and anything else that is not another convenience store / gas station. One thing I had growing up here was hardly anything to do or to hang out with my friends. It is a problem I have noticed growing up and hearing things from my peers. Geez, I sound really nervous.
You're fine.
Last two things I want to mention is we are not a huge county, and I disagree with wanting a big convenience store. We have a Wawa and getting a Sheetz. It is not helpful getting rid of the local people, just invest in a larger building. We are no city. I do not agree with a big central 7-Eleven on historic ground that would be tainted with fuel because we are a historic county. I think our peers. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments for this public hearing?
I'm Paul Tupin out of the Pine Mills, Petsworth area. Dr. Lemming voiced what I consider a very good point with Ms. Hanson there. A and B have to be tied together. If there's not a solid link, there is no link. and I've seen too many things in my time where this is what I want to do. This is what I'm planning on doing. I'm now free and clear. I'll do whatever the heck I want to. I got to stress, put it in writing. Per Dr. Lemming, we got to have something concrete. I'm not thrilled with another convenience store and all of that. If that's the way the county wants to go, that's not my call. But I definitely want a solid plan before stepping forward.
Anyone else for this public hearing before we go to emails? Ms. Cronin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, from Earl Murphy in the York District. I do not support rezoning the old Rite Aid site to allow another 7-Eleven gas station to be built on the site. We need a compounding pharmacy to relocate to this site. Please do not remove the proffers from the village zoning. Thank you. For Marie Jordan. Dear members of the Board of Supervisors, as a resident of Gloucester Point, I'm writing to ask that the board deny the applicant's request to amend the zoning map to remove all existing proffers from this 2.80 acre parcel. When rezoning application Z0305 was originally approved, those voluntary proffers created a binding zoning contract between the county, the developer, and the community. Our neighborhood has spent years relying on the stability of those specific conditions to protect our property values, manage traffic safety, and preserve the local environment. Stripping these proffers entirely, leaving zero conditions or protections in place, defeats the vested expectations of the residents who live and work near the Hook and Guinea Road corridors. Furthermore, the applicant's stated intent to construct a 24-hour highway-oriented 7-Eleven gas station directly conflicts with Gloucester County's long-term planning vision. The Gloucester Point Hayes Village Development Area Plan explicitly places this intersection within the village core area. This plan mandates a pedestrian-oriented village-scale environment featuring small retail and service uses designed to serve the immediate neighborhood. A major gas station is inherently auto-centric and creates significant vehicle-pedestrian conflict points at an already busy intersection. Because the applicant is asking for a blanket B1 classification with no alternative proffers, the county is being asked to give up all legislative leverage. We will have no guaranteed protections against 24/7 light pollution, commercial noise, fuel delivery disruptions, or increased stormwater runoff so close to our sensitive local watersheds like Sarah's Creek. There are no promises to better this community by look, design, or services. By approving this zoning request with no proffers, the look and feel of the village will continue to be diminished. Because our community relies on the contractual stability of the original Z0305 agreement, and because a regional gas station completely undermines the pedestrian-friendly mandate of our village core, I respectfully urge the board to deny this application. Thank you for your time and your continued service to Gloucester County. From Caitlin Richmond in Gloucester Point, I oppose rezoning application Z2601 for 2460 George Washington Memorial Highway, former Rite Aid site, and ask that it be denied. From Guinea Road to the bridge, there are already 6 gas stations in about 2.5 miles, so adding another 7-Eleven gas station in this short stretch is unnecessary and excessive. This corridor is already saturated with fuel stations, and Gloucester does not need yet another one taking up a valuable commercial property. The original proffers for this B1 zoning effectively limited development to a drugstore-type use, which was far more compatible with the character of the area and with the community-focused business corridor. Removing all proffers now breaks that earlier understanding with the community and opens the site up to any B1 use that can fit on the property, not just a 7-Eleven. I'm especially concerned that this proposal moves Gloucester further away from the village-scale mixed-use and village core vision intended for Gloucester Point Hayes. This area should be developed to encourage a walkable, mixed-use environment that gives residents a reason to stay, shop, and spend time locally, not another highway gas station. Approving this project would continue the trend of turning Gloucester into a place people pass through rather than a place where they want to stop, gather, and invest their time and money. On a personal level, Gloucester used to have businesses that gave people a reason to stay in the county and spend money here. If this 7-Eleven goes into the old Rite Aid building, it feels like yet another message that Gloucester is becoming nothing more than a commuter town. There are already very limited leisure businesses keeping people in Gloucester, especially at the Point, and this proposal does nothing to change that. We could do so much more with this property. Growing up, we had places like a skating rink and a bowling alley where kids and families could spend time together, and now we have nothing for children to do. We could do much more with this property for families, children, and the community. Please deny rezoning application Z2601 and keep the existing proffers in place. Gloucester should be planning for businesses that build community, not just more gas stations along an already over-concentrated corridor. Those are all the comments, Mr. Chair.
One last call for any comments from the citizens here tonight for this public hearing? Okay, seeing none, I will close this public hearing and bring it back to the board for further discussion. Mr. Hudson.
Ms. Ducey Ortiz. Based on when this was approved from the Planning Commission, when does this have to be acted on by the board?
It's a year from the date it was filed, so I think it was filed probably about 2 months ago. So I don't have the exact date in front of me. It's probably in your packet on the day of the application, but it's typically we get it to the Planning Commission within 2 months.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a year from that date for the board to make a decision.
Okay. The real issue that we're trying to do with the proffer is getting rid of the proffers, which are the archaeological survey that's already been completed and found nothing. And by the way, it's been noted that Battle of the Hook was not there, but in the fields at Abington Elementary. And also changed the building architectural design and the footprint of where it sits.
The layout, like the
layout, yes. That's the three, that's what they're looking at now. So, I've gotten a lot of calls and emails against it. My biggest concern is that because of the proffers, if Walgreens was a little ingenious, they would sit there and say, let me buy the property you have right there, Rite Aid. I can put a pharmacy in there because there was a pharmacy in there. And I just have to redesign the insides for Walgreens. You go to the Walgreens shopping or parking lot, you can tear that building down and put anything you want in it with no proffers. That's my biggest concern about the whole thing, is that the property owner on the north side of Hook Road, his value is worth less because of the proffers. Where on the south side, that property is worth a lot more because it doesn't have the same proffers. Am I right?
You're correct. There's, again, that's why I try to bring up the history of it. We don't really have any architectural standards on our highway corridor anymore, except no metal buildings. And your equipment can't be seen from the top of, you can't have your equipment shown, but we're very limited in our architectural standards within the highway corridor.
But that's the three things we're looking at. We know that the developer wants to put a 7-Eleven in. That's their goal. What I think would possibly put the board at ease is if they were to come back with some architectural renderings of more, that would be more aesthetically pleasing for the property, and go that route. And also it would be helpful from my point of view to find out who owns the other two properties. I would have thought that, they're saying that they're closing those properties. What's being done there? Who owns it? Is it 7-Eleven properties? Whose property is it for those changes? Where I look at it, and Mr. Sonka, I'm not trying to insult you, but I think you need to look at questions that probably the idiots would ask, like myself, and be prepared for those questions versus the easy questions that are always available. Because it was asked indirectly twice, what's going to happen to those properties? It doesn't matter for this rezoning, but I think it would put people's minds at ease to make the final decision.
Mr. Chairman.
Dr. Lemming.
Ms. Ducey-Ortiz, on the 7-Eleven property that is past tense, was across from Chimney Corner kind of across from the current Wawa.
On the Hickory Fork.
Hickory Fork, thank you, I'm sorry. For some reason blocked my brain on what road that was, but thank you.
That's your district.
It's not my district, that's right. That is now a raised property, is that correct?
The building's still there.
Building is still there?
They did take the tanks out, but the building's there.
So they took the tanks out, the building is there, and for development purposes at the moment, it's sort of a blighted property?
We had a pre-app. We had a pre-app on a potential project.
So I'm going to echo, I'm still frustrated, by the way, although the frustration's expanding, because really what we're asked to do is release these proffers so that maybe we can build one big 7-Eleven and have two blighted properties. And to me, we've gone from proffers to a large 7-Eleven. We're going to close these stores down. We're going to vacate the tanks. We don't really know who owns those stores. It's a company store, it's a franchisee store. But now it's much more impactful to the Gloucester Point community, to me, than just this property. And I agree with Mr. Hudson to some extent. If Walgreens was creative, they just move the store over here and do what they wanted to do with that property. But that's actually not the issue before us tonight.
Well, to be honest, we just found out today
Right.
that the intent was to close the other two stores. So when it went to the Planning Commission, the sole focus was on this property. There was conjecture that, if you build a fancy new 7-Eleven, the odds are those other 7-Elevens are not going to do very well. So we literally just found out by an email that you received today too, that the idea was to consolidate those two. So that was not part of the discussion literally until today. So,
Mr. Chairman, point of order.
Yes, sir.
Would it be in order at some point when the board's finished with its discussion, would it be in order for a deferral? Is that an eligible motion, Mr. Chairman?
I don't think we have to actually have a motion.
You don't have to have a motion.
We don't have
Bring
to.
a motion up.
Yeah, we don't have to act, no, we don't have to act on this evening. That would give them an opportunity, I say them, Verdad, an opportunity to take what they've gleaned tonight, update their proposal, and come back and go, hey, we're looking at doing X or Y instead of what we presented on July the 7th. That's very possible. But there does not have to be a motion to do so. Dr. Worth.
Okay, hypothetical. If we did nothing and those proffers stay there, could they just still come in and build what they want to build and stick with it, or could they not do that?
I don't think I understand the question. So
Okay, so if we just let this lie, so there's a property with proffers and nothing happens, could they still build what they want to build?
no,
No, okay.
another use could go in there, but they would have to keep the building substantially the same as the way it looks now and the layout the way it is, which wouldn't really work for. We actually did talk to them about that in the pre-app, like, could you do it within this? And they said no.
And one other point, not to play devil's advocate, but just as you saw, that store could become a car wash because it does stay with the building that's there, and that could happen, and we have no control over that. Or he could get upset and move one block down and buy the Walgreens and knock it down and build whatever he wants and not have any control over it. It's just because this one has proffers. Other locations in that area, unless we decide to do something with an overlay to have some of these other things we want, any other building that's going to be built down there, like the replacement of the auction house, it won't be colonial look. It could be whatever he wants, as long as it's not a metal building.
Correct. Not an unadorned metal building. The applicant might.
Would it be possible to say a few things?
Sure, please.
Thank you. We definitely hear exactly what y'all are saying. You know, we were kind of following what we thought the recommendations were. We are happy to put what you're asking for in writing as it relates to elevations, you know, and kind of have it, even if it's amending proffers, that's fine. Like I said, we are here to work with the staff and the board here. So I would ask that maybe we defer this. We can come back, and I don't know what the correct mechanism is, if it's amending proffers or exactly how that works mechanically, but we're happy to revise that, resubmit, and come back through with, and also answer some basic questions, as was noted. Some of the things I didn't have an exact answer for. Happy to do that and resubmit.
Yeah, and would it necessarily be a resubmittal, or I'll ask Ms. Ducey Ortiz. She's the expert.
The whole purpose of these public hearings is to hear from the public and for the board to have an opportunity to talk to the applicant, and so they can voluntarily proffer or amend the proffers, and then the planning commission can hear it. I don't know if that, and I'm looking at Mr. Wilmot, if that would require another public hearing, because it would be a substantial change to the application, but theoretically be a change for the better.
What I'm hearing, Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, please.
Is a concept as unclean as it is, rather than just removing the proffers, which is the cleanest thing to do, is to rezone B1 conditional to B1 conditional, changing the proffers from the proffers that exist now to different proffers. Yes, that's substantially different and would necessitate another round of public hearings.
At the planning commission and board?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, Ms. Hanson.
I think that's fair, given the public's comments regarding this project, and maybe they would it ease their minds and see what the whole players are as well. But I think a lot of it is, there's a lot of questions here about really, will they close the two stores? What will it look like in our community? And I living in that area, I would be willing to listen to a new proposal and hear what they have to say in its totality. So.
Yes, Mr. Wilmot.
Although the board has a year to act on this, and although I hear the board not wanting to vote yes to remove the proffers, when everything else has no proffers in the B1 district, and in light of Mr. Hudson's lucid comments, if the board wants to act, perhaps, if it's of a mind, just to vote no. And then they could have a new application with new proffers.
Yeah, that we have two different resolutions, one an ordinance to amend to remove the proffers, and then a resolution to deny the rezoning application in our packet. So we can action either one of those, none of those, and we can move on from there. Mr. Hudson may have given them an easier solution. They may be calling Walgreens tomorrow and moving Walgreens across the corner, and because Rite Aid was on the opposite corner at one time anyway. I mean, they have options.
Can I ask the county attorney a question?
Absolutely.
So, and I was going to ask this too, so, our ordinance doesn't allow you to submit a substantially similar application within a year if it gets denied. Would this be considered substantially similar?
No, because that's what necessitates a new public hearing, is this application was to remove the proffers. A substantially different application would be to replace those proffers with totally different proffers.
That's what I thought. I just wanted to check and make sure that we're on the same page.
Which I don't suggest, but I did suggest.
Okay. So with that, fellow board members, are we of the mind to just not action this and wait for Dad to come back to the planning commission and then back to us? If I get head nods, we will move that direction. Okay, Mr. Zonk, is there anything else you want to say tonight before we conclude, or are you good?
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Yeah.
We appreciate your time. Question of my board. We've been at this almost 2 hours. Do y'all want to take a 5-minute break before we get to the other two? Okay. We will take a 5-minute recess before we come into the public hearing to consider a resolution to execute signing agreements. All right, let's get this meeting called back to order. The next item will be a public hearing to consider a resolution to execute a siding agreement between Gloucester County and Fox Mill Field LLC. George Baines.
Thank you, sir. This public hearing is set up for Fox Mill LLC, a wholly subsidiary of Hexagon Energy. And basically, this is a 6-megawatt facility of the solar facility, and that it now with Chapter 22, Title 15.1, Article 7.3, we're able to enter into a siding agreement with the facility. In the past, we didn't have that ability, so this is one of the first ones we've come to you with where we can have a siding agreement. So this is a public hearing on that siding agreement. It's on page 276 of your board packet.
Yes.
So anyway, as we go through this, we'll have the public hearing tonight. Some things that have changed since the first time y'all brought this up was that we went back and talked to the applicant, and basically the way these get taxed now is they're willing to give us some funding up front, and then during the machine and tools tax, as that goes down, as things depreciate, they supplement that to match the same amount through the lifetime of the facility. And after we get done with the public hearing, we have the representative for Hexagon here. So Sean Hirschberger's here. So if you have any questions for him, he's here to answer those questions for you also. There you go, sir.
Okay. At this point in time, we will open the public hearing regarding Fox Mill Field LLC's siding agreement. Anyone wishing to come forward to speak, please state your name and magisterial district and limit your comments to 3 minutes. I don't think so. No, they're in here separately, so I will do my best to correct, but they're close enough. It's going to be hard for me to remember either. So.
Good evening, Chairman Crisco, members of the board. My name is Seth Cogwell, and I serve as a community engagement representative for Energy Right from Henrico County. Just want to preface that. I spoke briefly during the last public hearings regarding these projects before you. Just want to reiterate a few points from that and also just add some additional color this evening. First off, I wanted to point out, really, with distributed solar projects, they represent a real opportunity to help meet the county's local energy needs, all whilst reinforcing the rights of multiple willing landowners to decide how their properties are used. They provide an increase in local tax revenue without increasing the population density in the county, placing significant demands on county services or incurring major new infrastructure expenses, all while the electricity being generated is fed directly into the existing distribution lines for local consumption. Online, I've been reading and listening just to some of the concerns that were voiced on some of the social pages. A lot of those are in, I guess, align with the influx of commercial and residential growth happening in the county. Those concerns really reflect a desire to manage growth responsibly, all while preserving the existing character of the community. And I would just personally argue that distributed solar offers a slightly different approach in that it helps preserve the existing open space through the lease agreements and protects that view shed with adjacent rural neighbors, all while being self-contained within the larger parcel itself. So just as you consider these applications this evening, I encourage you to recognize the value that these projects have, and not only by contributing to the energy portfolio of the county, but also respecting landowner property rights. So thank you for your evening, or thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Members of the board, good evening. My name is Danny Ferry. I'm a member of Ware District, a 1971 graduate of Gloucester High School, and a 73-year-old resident, resident of Ferry's Mill Road, Route 606. So what I would like to say this evening, that I do have an interest in this property. It's coming through the family. that these projects do, as this gentleman said, help preserve the rural nature, what's left of rural nature. Because if you look at 37 aerials of Gloucester County on Roaring Springs Road, you see farmland. And everything on the side of this courthouse all the way out to Belroy was farmland. And over the years, as families go on, they divide the land up, and then they sell it to generate income, and then it gets sold again. All right, well, first let me say this, that people have said this. These projects, neither one will be visible to the public. If it wasn't for these hearings, you wouldn't know it's there. Number two, it has no impact on agriculture. Colonel Ed Stewart did the soil studies for my father's estate, and if you grow corn in there, you'd be lucky. It's good for growing trees, and that's about it. But my grandfather and his brothers put together, they were in the timber and farming business, W.T. Fair brothers, 7 brothers. They lived together in the same house. I don't know how that many people. They didn't draw salaries. They left their assets when they left this world to the second generation, who kept their properties together. And as we transition to third generation, we had the choice, do we divide, do we sell? If you divide it up, it's going to get sold to generate income. And that's what happened in Gloucester. Things that divide, sold, and then pieces. We kept it together. So it's farmland, it's timberland, it's growing pine trees. But if it gets, this project would keep it together. And as you go into the fourth generation, the third generation is somewhat mature of age. You look at me, I'm trying to be. The fourth generation, the thing explained, they've got kids and college tuitions and things that are coming up down the road, and property needs to generate income. You can generate income by selling timber or selling the land, and this would help maintain these blocks in large so they're not developed. And finally, traffic on 606, gone are the days I'd leave Peasley Middle School in 1993 at 20 minutes to 7 and drive, I'm glad the sheriff wasn't around, to get to Olive Branch Church, poor excuse for a keyboardist, see 1 or 2 cars going or coming, 1993. If you turn on Road 606 at 6:45 this evening, before you get to the reservoir at 45 miles an hour, you'll have 4 to 6 behind you. The development on Fletcher Road and up on 198, if you pick up trash for Shack Hunt Club or the Rudin Clubs, you better be careful, because the traffic is, these projects will not produce houses and more traffic. So I just wanted to say that. I think that's basically it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, my name is Sandy Cahoe. I live out in the Glens area. I have to say that I only found out about the hearing for the solar facility by accident. I couldn't find any forums really that was being discussed broadly, but I'm glad that I did, and it's kind of forcing me to get an education on the effects of solar plants in our county, and any county actually. And usually they're paired with data centers, so I'm pretty interested to find out if these solar plants will be big enough to facilitate data centers. But what I have found out recently is that these solar centers and data centers both consume large amount of electricity. The solar centers often cannot support the data centers to the capacity that they think they will, because it's truly dependent on the weather, and there's no guarantee on what the weather's going to do and how much electricity these solar plants will produce. The contamination of the water, the contamination of the soil, and then when we no longer have a use for these solar fields, or they have to be replaced. If we're going to keep them, we're going to maintain them for years to come, you're going to look at panel waste. The panels contain a lot of lead and other damaging byproducts and toxins that we currently cannot support in our landfills. And I guess a good example of that would be like the wind turbines we've got stored over there in Portsmouth right now. They're just all stacked up in big piles sitting there. So what are we going to do with these solar panels when they're no longer able to be in use? The noise effects, I don't know if anybody has discussed that yet. Most solar plants will disperse low-level hums that can be heard for miles. Residents have reported that they have migraines, that they experience vertigo, which of course we would have no way of knowing the sensitivity to anybody's hearing until it actually happens, and by the time that it happens, it's too late because these plants are up and running. The disbursement of wildlife, game trails and things like that go through the property. I mean, there's all sort of adverse effects. So I just wanted to say that I wouldn't be in favor of the solar facilities anywhere in Gloucester. It doesn't matter where it is. And it also drops property values of the residents close by. Anywhere from $90,000 to $125,000 is what I've found in my research, and I've done hours of it. Northern Virginia right now is currently the largest area in Virginia that has solar centers and data centers, and they're running out of water resources. They're trying to figure out where they're going to get water from to cool these plants. So besides depleting our energy system, our water systems, causing noises, dislocating or disrupting our environment, and what are we going to do about the waste? You know, those are all things that we need to be thinking about.
Can you wrap up your comments, please?
Oh,
Your
yes.
time is up.
Sure.
Okay.
That's all things that we need to be thinking about, and I would just oppose it no matter where it is.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Dr. Vicki Walker. I am in the Abingdon district. I would like to, while I've been a resident of Gloucester most of all my life, I had a unique perspective to live in the state of Nevada for a period of time that has gone very heavily into solar energy and solar energy sources. And I've seen the good and the bad. I'm not saying that it's all bad that's associated with solar energy, but I will agree with some of the previous comments that were made here about deforestation, changing our rural appearance in our area, things that I would not support either. I'm also concerned with the validity of this as an energy source as a long-term solution to states' energy needs. The life expectancy of solar panels, as previously stated, is limited, and in other states, there's been an abandoning of these functioning sites, so that is an eyesore to the area, as well as what was alluded by the previous comments, that what are the environmental hazards of what's left behind? None of that is appealing to me. Additionally, I hold some property in the western part of the state in Fluvanna County, where the Tenesco Corporation is in the process of gaining state permitting for the construction of electric plants. During the public hearings and meetings for this project, representatives from the state of Virginia answered public concerns concerning the building of that plant, at which time they stated that it would take 60,000 acres of solar panels, and they would not generate even a fraction of the energy that one plant was needed, nor what the state of Virginia would need. At that meeting, they also stated that the state of Virginia is on track in the next 5 years to be one of the largest purchasers of electricity on the East Coast due to the data centers that have been associated with these solar areas. These solar installations are nothing more than a smokescreen to suggest by these companies that they put in a solar panel. Therefore, we are meeting our energy needs for the data centers, which is not factual. I hope that the board will consider the true nature of these solar fields. Do they really generate a sufficient amount of energy? And what is the true longevity of these installations? But even more, please oppose and consider any suggestion or project that this solar situation would lead to a data center in Gloucester County.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak to the siting agreement for Fox Mill Field?
My name's Michelle Druin. I'm New York District. I'm agreeing with all the studies and stuff about, what happens to these solar panels after they're dead and gone. They don't disappear. And I'm not going to go over all of the things that I agree with that's already been said, but I'm going to ask one question that I haven't heard yet. What does Gloucester County have to benefit to lower our energy cost from these solar panels? Our electric bills are sky high, and I personally think that Gloucester County should dump this and do more research on how to lower our energy cost in this county. I think that would be our better direction than supporting energy to go to another company somewhere else out of our, I don't know where your home base of your company is, but it's not benefiting the residents of Gloucester County who are struggling to pay their own electric bills because you're adding on all these fees because of solar. So that's where I feel that Gloucester County needs to take a jump and look at their own people here in this county. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak? Seeing none, Ms. Cronin, do we have any emails regarding Fox Mill Field? Okay. One last call. Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing on the Fox Mill Field siding agreement. At this point in time, board members, do you have any questions of Mr. Baines or Mr. Hirschberger? Would you like to hear from Mr. Hirschberger? Please come on up, Mr. Hirschberger.
Good evening.
I know there's some questions asked during that. If you'd like to address those, please feel free. If there's anything else you'd like to share, please do that as well.
Sure. I'm going to start with, the last question. Solar energy is, every year there is a study published, it's levelized cost of energy production in the United States. Every single year, solar power is the most affordable source of energy that is available. If you think about it logically, there's one real expense. It's the upfront expense, the panels, the racking. But there's no ongoing fuel supply needed. It's the sun. It's free. So if you think about just the cost of these things logically, it makes sense. And it's why it is the most affordable source of energy production year in and year out. I heard some questions or some comments about the panels themselves. I think I talked about this last month. The National Renewable Energy Laboratory in Colorado, they have had solar installations for close to 50 years at this point, that they have monitored, studied groundwater, soil health, surface waters, with no negative impacts on the environment surrounding them. It's just a pretty significant time frame to study these things. I did hear mention that these have a lot of lead in them. One panel has less lead than one bullet. So if you think about the number of bullets that are fired in this county on an annual basis, on a daily basis, there's less lead, and it's also encapsulated between two very solid sheets of glass and surrounded by rubber and aluminum to make sure that it stays where it is. End of life, we talked about this a lot last month. End of life of the panels, most of them get recycled. They don't get set in a field. The silicon, they do. The silicon wafer, even that component of it, can be put back into the manufacturing process for new panels. So glass, rubber, those are easy to recycle as well. I'm not sure. I'm sure I missed a couple points, but that's, I'll stop there and open up for questions.
One point is, and we have it in here, is that the surety for the decommissioning, we renew it every 5 years to make sure that if the costs have gone up, that we're covering the proper costs. We're not doing it at the start and 35 years later it doesn't take on several panels. But I'd let him explain that.
Thank you. That's a great point to mention. It is part of the county's ordinance, part of the CUP, and part of the siting agreement that surety bond be put in place for decommissioning, so that at any point, whether it's the end of the useful life of the project or in any other scenario, there is money there reserved to take care of a decommissioning. And this also does not allow, the Gloucester ordinance is, I think, stricter than most in that it does not allow the decommissioning surety to take into account for recycling and salvage value. So it would most likely in any event be higher than the actual cost, because the actual cost would include salvage value. One other point, just quick clarification from Mr. Bain's comments. The way the annual payment structure is, just to highlight that just briefly, it is because Gloucester County does not have a revenue share ordinance in place. What the siting agreement does, it states that in any year from year one to in perpetuity, in any year that the revenue share amount of taxation exceeds the M&T taxation amount, the owner would provide essentially a voluntary payment to the county that would match the revenue share amount. I hope that made sense.
And those
happy
are on
to answer.
page 287 and 288 if you want to see the actual numbers.
Ms. Hanson?
Mr. Chairman. So first question I have for you is, you said it's the cheapest.
Yes, ma'am.
Is it the most efficient?
Well, it depends on how you define efficient. That's a pretty wide range.
Well, I mean, per your panels, per the acreage you would use, comparative to other sources like nuclear reactors or other sources that are out there?
I mean, definitely a nuclear reactor, acre per acre, definitely produces more power acre per acre. It also costs an excessively amount more.
Right, so it's just the cheaper option, is what you're saying.
Well, it's
to produce what energy you can.
It's an efficient use of land, and it is the most affordable.
The decommissioning.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that set in stone to be recycled, or any procedure that is deemed necessary at the time? Because my understanding in research that even the glass on these solar panels, they're mixed with silicone, and right now, currently, there's no process for actually that glass to be recycled. And other materials that are in those solar panels, pretty much there's no really process to recycle. So I guess if there's not really a current process for the recycling of all of the components at the said date for the decommissioning, is it in that we're only to be recycled, or is there, if that doesn't work, we're just going to throw them in the trash, is what I'm asking?
So we can agree to disagree on this, but I can tell you there are processes in place for recycling. I've actually been to a solar panel recycling facility and seen it with my own eyes. So I can tell you it is an active process that is happening. There are active businesses being stood up to do that function.
Here in the United States?
Yes, ma'am. It was in Ohio. The one I visited was in Ohio. So
at what scale are they able to recycle those? I mean, we've got a lot of those things coming online. So not all of them can be recycled, I'm sure.
That's a possibility. So I'll tell you, you're correct. I think the 2050 estimate is 160 million. Worst case scenario where nothing, zero, is recycled. It's a pretty high number. It's 160 million metric tons. In the same time frame, there would be 45,550 million metric tons of coal ash. So to put it in perspective, the the worst case scenario waste it pales in comparison to other uses, even e-waste, municipal waste, plastic waste. But that being said, as I said, I've been to a solar panel recycling facility. They exist, they are operational, and they're effective.
It's my understanding, as far as the glass is concerned, in the research of that, you may be able to refine it, but really not right now. No one's willing to purchase that refinement. Kind of like the plastic situation we have, where we're shipping that plastic overseas because there's no buyer for it. You might be able to refine it, but is there a buyer for it? And it's my understanding that the reason there isn't really a huge buyer for the glass is because it has a silicone component in it. And so I guess I'm just trying to just kind of tease out all of the truths.
So no, there's
myths about
no
that.
silicone component in the glass. The silicone is encapsulated with glass on each side.
Okay.
And yeah, I mean, one of my favorite things is the rubber. There's a shoe company that uses recycled solar rubber, but the panels themselves can be made from recycled solar panel glass, and the silicone can be put back into the manufacturing facility.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Mr. Bonham.
Questions asked.
Yes,
I
sir.
know the answer, but I want you to say it. No data center?
No, sir.
No
sir.
battery storage facility?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you.
And if there's already a condition, and we can revisit this later in the evening, there's already a condition that says no.
Understand.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Orth or Dr. Lemming?
No, I
Who's
was just saying, the county basically said no data center. They were already, yeah, we basically have said that, yeah.
Dr. Lemming.
Mr. Hirschberger, I have several questions for you. First, there's the issue of interconnection.
Yes, sir.
Would you like to explain whether there is or is not any interconnection and what that means for the record?
So the interconnection process, we go through, for a project of this scale, we enter into the Dominion distributed generation queue process. So these projects both, so we're talking about Fox Mill Field at the moment, so I'll just address that. It is up to 6 megawatts of capacity. How that's broken out in the interconnection facility is it's 2 3 megawatt interconnection positions, but we also do have the option to make, say, a 5 megawatt position, and if it goes into like a shared solar or community solar structure. So it's a 3 megawatt from a land use, or a 6 megawatt from a land use perspective, but it's effectively 2 3 megawatt interconnection positions. I hope that makes sense.
It made sense to me, but follow up, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with roughly what the current power requirement of a hyperscale data center is? Is it around a gigabyte?
That is a safe assumption, and
I'm not asking you to testify to that.
Thank you.
But having just come back from a nuclear power plant tour on Monday of last week, the average hyperscale data center today being constructed takes a gigabyte in power. Your facilities are 6 megawatts?
Yes, sir.
So I understand the comment, no data center. You barely could produce enough energy to keep the lights on in a data center if you could. To just go further, I actually went onto the website today, and I'm not asking you about this, I'm really testifying, which I shouldn't do. Carver's Creek, which is in my district, has 1,800 acres of solar panels, can produce about 150 to 154 megawatts. A data center takes a gigawatt, just sort of in perspectives. Also in Chicago, I was told that recycling these panels depends on the global market. It turns out that when these panels come to their end of life for your use, they are oftentimes transported to another third world country where they're put into play, depending on which generates more revenue for the owner, whether they get recycled or reused somewhere else. So I don't know what the market is at the moment, how that balance falls, but I do know that there's a secondary market for used solar panels that have left the United States use globally.
So that's a very valid point. I would say the end of the commercially useful life of a utility scale solar panel, it's still about 80% of its original capacity. Right. So the investment has been paid for, the project has possibly run its life, but at 80%, that is a stronger solar panel than you're going to find for like your roof. I've heard of similar things. I've heard of them going to churches, like for ground mounted array that would deliver power for a church or a school.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions from board members
Mr. Chair, may I?
or our attorney?
Yes, I have a question. Is it Mr. Hirschberger, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Hirschberger, as you're aware, the board deferred its action on the conditional use permit.
Yes, sir.
To enable it to hear the public hearing on the siting agreement, which is part and parcel of the conditional use permit. The solar facility siting agreement on page 4 indicates that the agreement, the solar siting facility agreement, is expressly contingent on the conditional use permit. Which
Yes, sir.
Of course, makes sense. So you'd have to either do both or neither. But it also says it's expressly contingent on the CUP approval on terms acceptable to the applicant at the applicant's sole discretion. The CUP appears on page 309 of the board packet. Are you representing on behalf of the applicant that the CUP conditions, which are on page 309 of the packet, are acceptable to the applicant?
Yes, sir.
Because I wouldn't want them to approve the facility siting agreement, approve the CUP, and then have you say, well, the CUP conditions are not acceptable to me.
They are acceptable. We've worked very closely with the county on this.
Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Lemming.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question for council, which I'm just a little bit my own ignorance. Somewhere in here on the revenue sharing, it has under Article 2, 2.1, page 280 of 468. 2.1 states revenue share or M&T payments, period. The applicant shall be subject to the machinery and tools tax attributable to personality located. Personality?
It should not be personality.
Okay. Personality?
Personality has nothing to do with this.
Right, but personality relates to personal property taxes.
Yes,
personal
sir.
property. And isn't it business tangible property?
Well, it's a category of that. It's machinery and tools tax. Yes, sir.
No, that wasn't my question. Attributable to personality. Isn't personality personal property?
Yes, but there's a category of personality that's machinery and tools tax subject. Yes. It is a category of personal property. Yes, sir. But it's a machinery and tools tax, which is a separate chapter and code section of your code. We don't have
that's where I'm going.
We don't have the other alternative that's listed in this paragraph, so we're relying at this point on the machinery and tools tax.
And that rate is what this year?
I do not know.
I don't know either, but
310?
On 287 and 288, it shows what the cost or what the value of that is. I guess we could pull out a calculator and try to figure it. But on 287, it shows what the M&T tax will be from the first year through the year 35.
Well, do you understand my question, Mr. Baines? My question is, I understand there's a machinery and tools tax rate applied against, and it's the, I'm reaching for.
It's $3.10 per $100 assessed value.
It's 310. I knew that number, but okay. Maybe I'm beating my head against the wall. All right. That's the
Yeah.
question.
It's just personal versus real property.
But we don't have a business personal category, is that the point? Okay.
Any other questions of board members? Oh, I thought you were going for your microphone.
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, we have before us a resolution authorizing to execute the signing agreement on page 277 of your packet.
I move the resolution, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Is there any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman, as I understand it, am I correct, counsel, that if we approve the citing resolution, we will then complete or not complete the previous CUP which was pending?
We'll do that later.
We'll do that, we'll do that when we finish the next.
My wish is if you approve the citing agreement, you will approve the CUP. That's my wish.
Right. And we have one more public hearing for the other one, and then we'll have the two separate ones, CUP, or discussion and decision on the two CUPs be the first two items in our regular agenda.
Move the question, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Any further discussion? Ms. Hanson?
I'd like to make a statement as far as the citing agreement and this solar panel proposal. You know, there's zoning for a reason, and that's to protect the neighbors of these types of things. To me, regardless of the recycling, which I don't believe there is, I've done the research. Maybe some of it can, maybe it can, maybe it can't. But at the end of the day, we have zoning for a reason, and we also have, rules for a reason, and making exceptions on occasion can make sense, but I haven't heard anything that has changed my mind on this.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, Mr. Baines, would you poll the board?
Yes, sir. Dr. Lemming.
Yes.
Mr. Hudson.
Yes.
Mr. Crisco.
Yes.
Mr. Nicosa.
Yes.
Ms. Hanson.
No.
Mr. Bonneville.
Yes.
Dr. Orth.
Yes.
It passes.
Very good. Okay. Now we will open the public hearing to consider a resolution to execute a siting agreement between Gloucester County and Daffodil Fields LLC. Mr. Baines, Interim County Administrator.
Yes, sir. The same comments I made before are on this one, but I do want to mention one other thing, that is both were properly advertised. I didn't mention that, but they both were for the public hearings tonight. Again, it's the same basic layout from the siting agreements and the fees that they'll pay over the lifetime of the solar facility, plus the sureties that will be on them.
Okay.
And with that, I'll let you open it, and then.
Yes. So now I'll open the public comment period for this public hearing. For Daffodil Fields, please come forward, state your name and magisterial district.
I have one more question.
Okay.
And I'm just trying to be educated on this.
Can you state your name again?
Just do it all over again.
State your
Okay,
name.
my
Yep.
name is Sorry, my name is Sandy Cahoe, and I live up in the Glens area, Saluda. So my question would be, in regards to what I'm seeing in my research with noise complaints and the health issues that are sometimes associated with that, I'd like to hear some comments on what they're going to do to prevent or to muffle the noise, or what kind of feedback they have as regards to maybe if people start to experience different medical issues from this, whether they're working in the plant or whether it's a resident, how they plan to address it and take care of that.
Any other comments for this public hearing?
Just a point that I do not believe our office or Ann's office had got any complaints on the other solar facilities that are in the county that affect the questions she had.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Matt Hankins. I'm a resident of the Petsworth District. I'm asking you to deny the conditional use permit 26-02 for the Daffodil Fields solar project. Let me be clear, it's not about being against solar energy. It's about whether this board is willing to approve the wrong project on the wrong property, despite serious concerns about drainage, visibility, land disturbance, accuracy of information, long-term ownership, and actual energy performance. This property slopes continuously towards the Beaver Dam Swamp watershed. There's approximately 49 feet of elevation drop over only about 1,500 feet of horizontal distance. That's not flat land. When forested property on a sustained slope is disturbed for roads, grading equipment, fencing, and thousands of solar panels, runoff matters, erosion matters, sediment movement matters. And when all that drainage moves towards the Beaver Dam Swamp watershed, this board should be asking whether this is truly the best place for an industrial scale solar facility, especially when there may be other options. So ask a simple question: why here? Why approve this site with its visibility and watershed concerns when another property somewhere else in the county, further up north, there's a lot more vast land that's out of the view shed, could be better suited? The visual screening claims also deserve much more scrutiny. It's been cited that a buffer of mature woods exists, but that mature wooded area is very thin. Much of the remaining timber is approximately 19 to 20-year-old pines. This is not the same thing as a deep, mature forest buffer, and the public should not be given the impression that this project will simply disappear behind established woods. There's also a serious question about the accuracy of information presented about the property. It was reported that the last time the property was cleared, it was in 1995. Satellite imagery appears to show clearing between 2005 and 2007. That's not a minor detail. If the historical land use information is wrong, then this board should stop and ask what else needs to be independently verified before granting this permit. We also need to be honest about what is driving projects like this. The Virginia Clean Economy Act is fundamentally about regulatory compliance with renewable energy mandates. Compliance is not the same thing as performance, and compliance is not the same thing as reliability. A solar farm's rated output is also not what it produces around the clock. Over the course of a full year, solar panels typically produce only a fraction of their nameplate capacity on average. So when the public hears a large megawatt number, that number should not be confused with continuous, dependable output. And finally, who will actually own this project 5 years from now? Will Hexagon Energy sell it to Dimension Energy, Nexamp, Dominion, Terraform Power, someone else entirely? And when ownership changes, will every additional payment, promise, and commitment being negotiated today remain legally binding on the next owner? Or will Gloucester County discover that some of those promises were tied only to the original developer? That question needs a clear answer before approval, not after. Because once this CUP, yes, sir. Investors can change, developers can change, project can change hands. Gloucester County cannot relocate it. The view shed stays here. Everybody has to live with the decisions. Please deny the CUP. Thank you.
Good evening, Gloucester County Board of Supervisors. My name is Greg Worrell from the Petsworth District. With regards to this proposed solar energy farm to be located off Ferries Mill Road, I've attended a few of the previous Planning Commission meetings and listened to the presentations given by Hexagon Energy's Mr. Sean Hirschberger, and I understand the landowner's rights with regards to private land use. Listening to the presentation by Hexagon Energy, I was understanding that Hexagon Energy would be the owner/operator. But last meeting, I found out that they're just the developer. No mention was made that once completed, it would be sold. Who vets the potential buyer? My objections are to the final disposition of the ownership of the solar farm once construction is complete. Hexagon Energy is solely acting as the developer. Hexagon Energy is not the installer or the builder. Someone else will act as the contractor for the project. Hexagon Energy has stated that the site will be monitored 24/7. By whom? Who is the monitoring agency? Hexagon Energy, the final owner? That's about all I've got. Thank you for listening, and if I were a member of the Board of Supervisors, I would vote no on the CUP. Thank you.
Dr. Vicki Walker, Abingdon District. And I realize the two solar situations and previous comments will be pulled forward. Is that true from the previous public hearing? No. Okay. Well, anyway, I'm academic. I'm a researcher. I realize that people can stand before you and present all kinds of information. I appreciate the diligence of some of the board members and the information and the studies that they looked up and made a decision based on that. But I also do understand that with special use permits, this board can authorize things like environmental studies, watershed studies, as well as sound studies. So my question is, as the county moves forward with projects like this, which it seems like is what's potentially going to happen here, then why are those studies not being done so that we're able to determine the data ourselves? What's the truth of this? What is the sound decibels that are being put out from these solar panels that really are affecting the neighbors and the people that live in those areas? What is the true effect to the environment and the watershed? So if that's a process that's in place already, that we can look at our special use permits and how they're authorized, then why aren't we requiring these companies to produce those studies for us?
Any other questions or comments?
Again, I'm Paul Tupin from up in Pine Mill in Petsworth, and I got a kind of a different approach to this whole thing. Moons ago, there was an agreement on the Coleman Bridge, and that agreement said we will put in toll booths and we will pay for the bridge with tolls. And about a year ago, the administration came in and said, nah, we're going to pay off the bill, no more tolls. And now somebody's taxes, and I'll pick a county and say Blacksburg, is partially paying for our bridge. Agreements were made and they were canceled. This meeting, the first part of this meeting, we brought in these folks for the 7-Eleven change. Let's change the rules we put in place 20 years ago to say this will have these proffers and this development. We're now relying on agreements for recycling, agreements for not selling and disposal and blah, blah, blah. Agreements get changed, folks. Great big caution. Watch where we're walking. Have a good day.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Okay, Ms. Cronin, is there any emails or phone calls regarding this one? Okay, with that, I will close this public hearing.
Mr. Chair, may I ask the same question of Mr. Hirschberger?
Absolutely.
Is Mr. Hirschberger, are you the applicant on this project as well?
Yes, sir.
So you're representing the applicant. As I indicated on the last project, this is a public hearing to consider the solar facility siting agreement, which commences on page 294 of the agenda packet. That solar facility siting agreement makes it expressly contingent upon approval of the CUP. But it also says that the CUP has to be on terms acceptable to the applicant. Are you representing that the terms of the CUP, which was deferred to tonight's decision, which commences on page 358 of the agenda packet, are acceptable to the applicant?
Yes, sir, they are acceptable.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Dr. Lenning.
Would you like to address the interconnection issue regarding this project versus?
So this is I will try to do a briefer response to the same, basically the same response. Daffodil Fields LLC has submitted interconnection positions for 6 megawatts and 3 megawatts, and it could potentially be 5 megawatts as well. So this, while it does say up to 6 megawatts, this structurally would be 2 interconnection positions of 2 separate 3 megawatt projects. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Dr. Lenning.
Mr. Hirschberger, if I used an acronym, would you be able to explain it to me, like the acronym PJM?
Yes, of course.
And would you tell me
So,
what that means? I read that a lot.
Yeah, PJM, it stands for Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Maryland. They were the three initial partners. It's essentially it's a energy service area. So PJM covers Virginia is the stage. So just say all Virginia, West Virginia, Pennsylvania. There's a lot of states associated with PJM.
New York North, out to Illinois, south to Virginia is PJM.
It's a huge geographical territory. That is a different interconnection process. So I apologize. You look like you were going to ask a question about that.
I was.
Go ahead.
So is it okay on a primer level to say that PJM represents the grid?
Yes, that's a general yes. You could say PJM.
And in order for a facility to get power up onto the said distribution grid, don't you need a transformer to transform the voltage to a higher voltage such that the higher voltage transmits over a greater length of wire with less decay?
Yes. So
do you propose any said facilities to get onto the grid?
Yeah.
Transformers associated with these?
A little different because this is, so our interconnection process is not with PJM, and we're not plugging the energy into the larger grid that has what people think of as like the transmission lines. This is on the distribution grid that is controlled by Dominion. So our interconnection request is with Dominion. So it's in their queue. And so we would be plugging into their local substation, the WAN substation, which serves Gloucester County. So this energy would be created here and used here, essentially.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Dr. Worth.
Yeah, one of our speakers talked about elevation change in this particular project. You know, we're all well aware of the Carver Creek issues. Yes, of what happened with the elevation issues and the turbidity, the silt, where they had to bring a vehicle to keep the roads clean of mud. So can you address that? Because I think, if I remember correctly, you were going to be putting the panels on a more flat area. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. The panel area is, I would say, remarkably flat in the usable area that we would be putting panels on. Beyond the panel area, specifically for Daffodil Fields, there is some slope that goes into the wetland, but we have effectively avoided that, not only with the panels themselves, but also the stormwater management facilities. I asked our engineer from Kimley Horn to come up in case there are any technical questions, but they did a phenomenal job of designing and redesigning the site for us to make sure that not only did we stay away from sloped areas that we normally stay away from, but also Gloucester is a little bit, and I understand, having lived nearby previously, I understand the sensitivity to even what us from the mountains would not consider steep slopes. So they made a point of redesigning to make sure that we stayed out of the 8% slope, which is the request from the ordinance. If I may address the noise question.
Yes, that was what I was going to ask if no one else did.
Thank you. So I know that there was at least one project nearby that had some noise complaints, and that was the result of, well, quite frankly, I won't give my commentary. It had what is known as a central transformer that was right on the property line, directly on the property line. So that can be a little bit noisier. We use string inverters they're smaller, they're quieter, and when you're on a solar facility, I always appreciate the beautiful simplicity of them, that they're not very technical when you're walking around them, but they're also silent, even in the middle of the day. The only things that make noise are those inverters, and it kind of sounds like an air conditioning unit. So it is roughly 40 decibels from 300 feet away, which I'm speaking at a higher level than 40 decibels right now. So the facilities themselves have almost zero noise. The only other component of the site that would make noise is these are on a tracker racking system. So they move, just what the name would suggest, they move to follow the sun throughout the day. So as they move, you will hear like a clicking sound. It kind of sounds like a pen click. But if you're not on the facility, you can't hear that either.
Any other questions of Mr. Hertzberger? Okay, we have a resolution, I believe on page 293, authorizing the interim county administrator to execute a siding agreement.
So moved. Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Baines, would you poll the board?
Yes, sir. Mr. Hudson?
Yes.
Mr. Crisco?
Yes.
Mr. Nicosa?
Yes.
Ms. Hanson?
Yes.
Mr. Bonneville? Dr. Orth? Dr. Lemon? Passes.
Very good. We now will move into our regular agenda items. Item A is a review and decision on conditional use permit application for utility scale solar energy facility known as Fox Mill Solar. Ms. Ann Ducey Ortiz, welcome back.
So I have a very, very brief PowerPoint, mainly to go over the changes from the last one and also to address some of the questions regarding the land use. So just a reminder, so this is the Fox Mill Solar. Here it is. So this is the one that has multiple parcels, and just to address some of the comments, last month we did a very detailed review of them. Our ordinance requires all the studies to be done. There's hundreds of pages of studies that were submitted as a result of this, and we did try to address in the conditions, impacts to wildlife, the drainage, and all those issues that were discussed today. But one issue that came up last month was the land use exemption. It wasn't in their study that the property was in land use, so it is in land use now. The change of use will result in it coming out of land use, and they will have to pay rollback taxes for the 5 previous years based on the area that's been taken out. Clicker's not working today. So I just really want to thank Kristen Powell and Joanne Harris for their help in the Commissioner of Revenue's office. Apparently, it's not that easy to calculate the rollback taxes, so they did it for both projects. So these are the estimates based on the applicant's estimate and then the county's estimates. They are not definite agreed right now, but once they actually take it out and we have the approved site plan and land disturbance, that's when they would actually come out of the land use. Excuse me, land use. Oops, I think I missed a slide. So again, this is the total tax revenue with the additional land use included in there for you. So there'll definitely be a positive economic or fiscal impact. And then based on Dr. Lemming's concern about the having some type of facility that would need a septic system, we did add this condition in, but as you saw, there's hundreds of acres there, and in that zoning district, you are allowed to break off a 5-acre parcel and put a house. So we didn't want to impact the rest of the property with this, so this is the condition that we proposed, which we was reviewed by the county attorney, but basically this condition applies to the boundaries which are defined in the limits of disturbance illustrated on the approved site plan. So that's the condition for that was added to the other I think 16 conditions for the solar facility. So that's the end of my presentation on that. Basically everything from last month is the same other than that additional condition.
Okay. Any questions of Ms. Ducey Ortiz? We have 2 resolutions in our packet. a resolution for approval on page 309 and a resolution for denial on page 317. We have a motion for approval. Is there a second? We have a motion. We have a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Baines, would you poll the board?
Yes, sir. Mr. Crisco?
Yes.
Mr. Nicosa?
Yes.
Ms. Hanson? Mr. Bonneville? Dr. Orth? Dr. Lemming? Mr. Hudson?
Yes.
Resolution passes.
We now move to a review and decision on conditional use permit 2602 for utility scale solar facility known as Daffodil Field Solar. Ms. Ann Ducey Ortiz.
I have pretty much the same presentation. So again, this one is the project that's the one large parcel. This is the view of it. So the additional information, again, this one, similar, they have the 5-year rollbacks taxes. So again, these are the numbers that we received from the applicant in their report, and then also from our Commissioner of Revenue, the county estimate. And so this would be the total revenue that anticipated, again, without the siting agreement that you just approved. And then the same condition regarding the septic facility. Clicker just doesn't want to click today. So that's the end of my presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Ducey Ortiz. We have move for approval, which is on page 359 of your application. We have a motion. We have a second. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Baines, would you poll the board?
Yes, sir. Mr. Nicosia?
Yes.
Ms. Hanson?
No.
Mr. Bonneville? Dr. Orth? Dr. Lemming? Mr. Hudson?
Yes.
Mr. Crisco?
Yes.
Resolution passes.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. We now move to a resolution approving issuance of lease revenue bond and approval of cooperative agreement between Gloucester County and Gloucester Volunteer Fire and Rescue. Mr. Baines and Mr. Ted Cole.
Yes, sir. I'll briefly...
George, one second. Mr. Cole, I want to thank you and Mr. Lee for being here for this long. I appreciate your patience. Yeah. And Mr. Bruno as well. Thank you.
Yeah, that's right. I'll just read what's here. The county and Gloucester Volunteer Fire and Rescue have been working for some time on moving forward with the finalization of funding for construction of the new Station 1 on Main Street. The Economic Development Authority held a public hearing on June 23rd for the issuance of lease revenue bonds as part of this process. A copy of the EDA's adopted resolution is attached. It's necessary for the board to adopt the attached resolution approving the issuance of the bond for the purposes of financing the fire station. In addition, representatives of the board, county staff, members of the Gloucester Volunteer Fire and Rescue have developed and attached a cooperation and support agreement that is now ready for full approval by the board and Gloucester Volunteer Fire and Rescue. And as you've noticed, Mr. Cole's here if you all have any questions.
Is there anything you'd like to share before we move on?
Just very briefly, as interim administrator said, this is your consideration of the single approval that would be needed to move forward. If you all do decide to approve, the next step is for the Gloucester Volunteer Fire Rescue membership to meet to approve the financing. That's scheduled for July 13th. And we have a tentative closing date on the financing of July 22nd, although we have until the end of July to actually close from the bank, but we should be able to close on or about July 22nd. That's when you all will have access to start drawing down the funds. I think what just got sent around is a not yet final, but a near final breakout of total project costs. You can see those under column B. Much of this was compiled by county staff. I think it might still be slightly subject to refinement. Column C, as I understand it, is the components of the project that the Gloucester Volunteer Fire and Rescue Squad have agreed to cover through their own funds, leaving column D to be the project components that would be funded from the bond issue. And you'll see that on line 12, that's approximately $15.99 million. We then have also evolving a cost of issuance summary down below in column D. that is getting us to around $300,000. We're still working, particularly with the bank and the attorneys, to finalize the real estate-related costs for the financing, but we will have that dialed in here before too long. So the potential bond issue at this point is about $16.3 million. That's well below what the bank has approved for financing. So once this project budget gets finalized, that will allow us to coordinate with the bank to get the final details of the documents in place. That will be done, and they will be in place when it comes time to sign any documents. As you noted, T.W. Bruno with McGuire Woods is here if there are any questions about the transaction from a legal perspective or document perspective.
Any questions of Mr. Cole or Mr. Bruno or Mr. Wilmot? Lawyers Row. Dr. Lemmy? That's close second.
I don't know if you're ready.
I'm ready if you are. Oh, Mr. Hudson? We can ask that before or after, it doesn't matter.
I don't know if this is directed more to Mr. Bruno or Mr. Cole. But Mr. Cole, your services are worth more than a lawyer's?
Some would say.
Okay.
I think he's been with us longer than they have. I think that's what it is.
There was no gray hair on that head when he showed up here the first time. There was none on mine. You might have still had some hair when the first time Mr. Cole came before us. Any other questions? Yep, Dr. Lemming?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Let me find on for approval on page 408.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I'll be
Mr.
abstaining
Ball.
from voting, giving my affiliation.
Yes, sir.
I don't think 408's the right page.
It's the 409.
Sorry, 409.
Yeah, very good. Thank you.
It's a formula.
You'll need to clean it.
Exactly.
Easy there, Mr. Clean. So, yes, page 409. Mr. Nicosia.
I'll be abstaining as well.
Okay.
With my affiliation.
I appreciate that, gentlemen. So with that, we have a motion, we have a second. Any further discussion and or questions? Seeing none, Mr. Baines, would you poll the board?
Yes, sir. Ms. Hanson?
Yes.
Mr. Bonneville abstaining. Dr. Orth?
Yes.
Dr. Lemming?
Yes.
Mr. Hudson?
Yes.
Mr. Crisco?
Yes.
And Mr. Nicosia abstaining. All right. Motion passes.
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Chair, you next have the cooperation and support agreement,
So moved.
which appears on page 416 of your agreement between the county and the Gloucester Volunteer Fire and Rescue Squad Incorporated.
Thank you, sir. We have a motion, we have a second. Is there any further discussion? Mr. Bonneville, Mr. Nicosia, you all will be abstaining again? Okay. Just saying that so we didn't have to wait. So with that, we have a motion, we have a second. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Baines, would you poll the board?
Yes, sir. Mr. Bonneville abstaining. Dr. Orth?
Yes.
Dr. Lemming?
Yes.
Mr. Hudson?
Yes.
Mr. Crisco?
Yes.
Mr. Nicosia abstaining. Ms. Hanson?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Look forward to getting this started. It's been a long road.
Point of,
Absolutely, Dr. Lemming, please.
you know, I'd just like to reach out and thank Esquires Wilmot, Bruno, Ted, everybody who is involved in this. Mr. Nicely is not here, but he participated in this, and well, to see these attorneys and financiers from different backgrounds come together and try to work everything out so that we can have a document with which we can move forward, I just want to publicly say thank you to all of you.
Yeah. No, it's a very good night, for sure. A lot of things have to fall in place to make this happen, and we got it done. Yeah. Well, so far. Now, since Mr. Cole was here, we asked him, and he offered, so.
It's free.
Well, nothing's free. Nothing's free.
150.
Yeah, nothing's free. But with that,
Different project.
he hadn't sent the bill for this one.
I like it.
But no. So with that, I would like to move on to item D, where we have Mr. Cole is willing to share some information on community development authorities, so we can ask some questions, because I know that's coming before us at our next meeting. So I want to get this out for some discussion tonight while he was here, instead of making him come back again.
Okay. We'll appreciate the opportunity to talk on this item. I did not prepare anything. I know you all have gotten a few different presentations on, I think it's called the Fox Mill CDA, Community Development Authority, and I've had a chance to review that, and I have as well within our firm, worked on a number of these transactions over the years. They're not things that come around every day, but there have been a number of them that have been done in the state. And as I understand it, the developer has approached the county and requested consideration of forming a CDA. And as I further understand it, if it were to be approved and move forward, the borrowing that would be done by the CDA would largely be to provide funding for utility infrastructure. And I don't know the answer to this, but I think it's somewhat relevant, and that is that utility infrastructure, would that normally be required to be funded by the developer at this stage in the game, or would that be a cost that the county would normally bear?
I think Ms. Ducey Ortiz has some information on that.
You really need to give her her own microphone.
The way I understand it, the CDA will pay for utilities, and they are proffering, so in any utilities that are required by the development, and the $3 million proffer is not coming out of the CDA, that's something they're paying up front to pay for, to go to our CIP projects for our water system, which currently does not have the capacity for this project.
Okay.
So.
Right. So I guess, funding from the CDA bond issue would be used for utility improvements that would help facilitate the development. And absent a CDA, I guess the question becomes, how would those utility improvements get funded? Right? Would that be a county responsibility, or would it be a developer responsibility?
The utility requirements attendant to the development would be paid by the developer, and historically always have been in Gloucester County, because we haven't had CDAs. The over and above contribution to the county by virtue of the proffers, which I think may also be funded by the CDA, would not have been funded by the developer. So the answer is part of both.
Understood.
And my understanding is that without the CDA, that this won't happen. At least that's what I've heard from the developer.
Okay, understood.
This is totally new to Gloucester County.
Right, understood, and that's helpful. So there's a cost that would be borne in a normal, quote unquote, normal or traditional sense without the CDA by the developer to provide the infrastructure to your standards. It would be then turned over to the county to own and operate. And that would normally be funded by whatever sources of revenue the developer has. Cash that they have, they go out and do a borrowing from a bank, and whatever that credit is, right? They got to borrow money based on their own credit worthiness, and maybe it includes personal guarantees, et cetera, et cetera. I don't know all the different ways that the developer might get their own borrowing done without a CDA. But what is important in their request of you all, you would be facilitating a funding mechanism that they have no ability to do on their own. And I think what's important in this whole context is the borrowing that they would do, or that the CDA would do, could and think about it, when the CDA is created, I would believe that the developer owns 100% of the property. And when the CDA bonds are sold, the debt service on those bonds is apportioned to all the lots on the property. Now, on day one, the developer owns all of those lots. And so the developer is responsible for making the payments on the debt. but as soon as lots are sold, a pro rata share of the debt moves with each lot. And at that point, the developer is shedding their responsibility for the repayment of debt lot by lot. And so oftentimes what you'll see when the CDA issues debt, in addition to getting the funds they need to make the improvements for the utilities and pay the cost of issuance for that transaction, they might also borrow enough money to cover the payments for a year, 2 years, or 3 years, right? So that is added to the borrowing amount. And so why this is often attractive to the developer is they are able to get started. The money is in the bank to make the payments for the first year or 2 years or 3 years, which allows them time to sell the lots. And as they're selling the lots, their responsibility to service the debt moves with the lot owners. And if everything works the way that it should, they would expect to sell all those lots in a 3-year period, whatever the absorption rate is. They could be in a position to have funded all of those improvements. And yes, they took on that liability initially, but as the lots were sold, that debt service liability runs with the property. We saw this very close to home in New Kent in 2006 on a much larger scale, about $85 million of CDA bonds for a development called the Farms of New Kent. And about $35 million of that bond issue went to the county for utility improvements. And then other monies went for roads and sidewalks and curb and guttering and lights and all sorts of public infrastructure. That development did not meet the projections that the developer had hoped for, and the lots didn't sell. The capitalized interest ran out. The developer is owning many more lots than they expected to at that time, and the bonds did not perform. The payments weren't made. Now, this is where you all come into play as a party to a CDA, because you create the CDA, you have the ability to direct who is on the board of the CDA. That could be the Board of Supervisors, or you could appoint other people if you desire that to be done that way. But on an ongoing basis, as has been noted, I'm not an attorney, so I'm doing this in layman's terms. And on an ongoing basis, the county does have a responsibility to keep track of what the annual assessments are by property, to levy that annual assessment, typically at the same time you're levying your tax assessments to those property owners. You have the responsibility to levy those special assessments, collect those special assessments, send those over to the bond trustee, and if those special assessments are not paid, you have a responsibility to initiate foreclosure activity to try to get those funds. So you do have a upfront and ongoing obligation to help facilitate a CDA borrowing like this. And it really is, from my experience, it does provide the developer a very unique form of financing that they would not be able to get on their own without this CDA. And that is not a small item. Maybe it's the only way this development gets done. So do you want this development? Are you willing to pave the way for this unique funding mechanism to occur? Are you willing to do all the things you need to do over the years to levy, collect, et cetera, the special assessments? Now, you do have a way to get compensated for your work, and that would be built into the bond itself, is that annually there's a cost that the county wants to be reimbursed for to do all of the things that you need to do. That's permitted, and that is something I think if you do think you might want to entertain this, you give strong consideration to doing that. And again, not an attorney, but what are your opportunities to get other things out of this development that you might want you have really an opportunity with this CDA creation decision to negotiate within whatever the rules are for local government negotiating with a developer to get whatever it is that is appropriate to get piece of property for parks, whatever the case may be. The county attorney can speak to that much more officially than I can, but this is at a certain level in negotiation. It is giving them an opportunity to take advantage of a funding mechanism that has a number of advantages to them that they would not be able to take full advantage of on their own. The loan they would have to get, or the cash they would have to spend to do all of this work, would not be loans or cash that they could put off to the individual homeowners. And as I said, if everything goes well, these things can go along quite well and without a lot of issues. But if they don't, you have real items that you have to help manage and clean up if there were to be any non-performance on the bonds. And how does that manifest itself? Most commonly because the lots aren't sold at the pace that they expected. They now own those lots, or they continue to own the lots, and they have to make payments on X number of lots every year to make sure the bonds get repaid. There's a real market for those bonds. The county would not be obligated to make the payments on the bonds, and you could explicitly make that clear that these are Gloucester County, Fox Mill, CDA bonds. The county has absolutely no obligation to make any payments on the bonds, but you do have obligations to levy, collect the special assessments. And again, if it doesn't go as expected, if the development doesn't evolve as the projections would show, you are required to facilitate foreclosure activity, et cetera, to try to liquidate the property to satisfy the lien that is created by the CDA special assessment.
So that could be not only the people with homes, but the developer's property that he has. You would have to take that and try to liquidate it to recover the cost?
I think every lot can make its own payments, so it doesn't, if you've got certain number of lots that are performing, it's the non-performing lots that would have to be foreclosed on eventually, whatever the trigger is for that to happen. But it does create that special assessment, which I think they estimated at $700 to $800 a year is what I think I saw.
Something like that.
That would be on top of any taxes that they would pay to the county. That would be an additional payment they would make to satisfy their share of those CDA bonds.
Wasn't there a percentage increase associated with that as well? 1.5. That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
I appreciate all, is there such a thing as requiring a surety bond? That I don't know, let's say that they sell, let's pick a number, $10 million in bonds. Could we require them to post a surety bond of $10 million?
Oftentimes what you'll see is an item called a debt service reserve fund. So let's say that the bonds are sold and the annual payment every year is $1 million a year. They might include in the borrowing $1 million that has to be set aside, and it will be used to make the payments if the payments aren't there to be made. Now that only usually buys you a year, right? Or some short period of time. Whether they could get a surety bond from a surety provider to provide the debt service for however long this debt might be, that's hard to know. The market, the people that buy these CDA bonds are going to want to see that there is value in the sum total of this property well in excess of the bonds that are being issued, so that in this sort of doomsday event that I've described, it could be sold for enough money to satisfy all the outstanding debt. The buyers of these bonds will do a significant due diligence to understand what is the plan for this development, what are the price points? What's the real estate market in Gloucester County? Is this a feasible project to expect that these lots will be sold? Is there value in excess of the debt outstanding? Should it need to be liquidated? And if there's any other money needed besides the CDA money, where is that coming from, right? If the CDA money is just part of the funding plan, they're going to want to understand where's the other money coming from. So this thing needs to be fully baked. The developer and their history, background, and where resources are an important part of the investor due diligence. But, it is not saying it's good or bad. A number of these have worked just fine. A number have not. But there is an ongoing obligation and requirement that the county participate, and that usually falls to primarily the finance, treasurer, commissioner of revenue, whoever's involved typically in tax levies. Maybe it requires an enhancement of your tax system, right? Your software. I don't know all of those ins and outs, but I've heard that, and that's something that you want to be mindful of as you're thinking about this, so that you can have those costs covered.
You could get that covered. Oh, Mr. Cole, you could get that covered through the CDA.
You can, yes. They set this up so where the $800 every year from all the homeowners is enough to cover not only the debt, but it creates an annual revenue source to pay for your services as a county. An auditing service for the CDA needs to have an annual audit. A company called the administrator has to administer the apportionment, and they do annual reports. So there are ongoing costs associated with a live CDA that could and should be baked into the borrowing, so that when they collect all the money, or you collect all the money and turn it over, there's enough there not only to pay the debt, but to cover these annual costs.
Mr. Hudson.
Mr. Baines, can you get with Ms. Harris and see if our software could handle that?
I will. I mean, we have some special taxations right now for mosquito and sanitary district, but I don't know. We'll have to check. We may only have enough to do 3 or 4.
So, Mr. Cole, other than the expense of administering the program, what is the downside to Gloucester County?
We've had conversations with folks that have said, this is a bond issue that's out in the market, and it's got the Gloucester County name on it in some respects, right? It might be the Fox Mill CDA of Gloucester County. If it does not perform and things go poorly, do we have any reputational risk, or does it at all impact our ability in the future to borrow money for our own projects? And I would say that really can be managed. I don't see that as a real concern, because we work with New Kent County, and this Farms of New Kent development was in some form of default for a number of years, and the county continued to do what they needed to do for schools and public safety, et cetera. So that might be something people bring up, but I don't think that is an item that should play too heavily in your decision.
I guess the other option, and I know once the mortgage would be on it, it would be considerably more than the $800 a month or whatever. But why wouldn't they increase the property values $10,000, $15,000? And as it's sold, but that's the developer doing it, then that's his money.
But they won't do that. They want to sell the property at a cheaper price. It's like leasing a vehicle. Because you pay less each month, you think it's a good deal.
I understand that,
but you don't own the freaking car.
But if you look at this, if the numbers that they had before, they're screwed. They're
taking advantage.
Taking advantage. That's a good word. Good multiple words. To the people that are moving in.
All subsequent owners.
Yes.
The additional, in your example, the additional $10,000 per lot, however, you don't recognize that up front, right? They're going to recognize that over time. They need X million dollars up front. to put these improvements in place. And they have figured out what the housing stock is, what the price points are, and they have figured out that an extra $800 a year will work, right? That's the math they've gotten to, but they get the 3 or 4 million, whatever the number is, up front without
I
traditional
understand
funding.
that, but still, you look at it, it would work the same way if they just increased the price.
It would, but
But they don't have the money up front.
They'd have to front that money.
Yeah, and they don't want to, there's a
And
cost
they don't want
associated
to.
with front-end money.
And they push their price point out of the market.
Yes.
But by adding that, but by adding the homeowners or the CDA, it's the same thing as pricing it out.
Yeah, it's $700 a year.
But you
People look at the purchase price more than they look at the HOA fees and the CDA fees. They just do, right?
And did you have any other questions? We talked to the CDA people. Were there any others? Do you remember any other questions? I mean, at one time they had their management firm here, but it got even weirder when she tried to explain what they were getting and how it was being operated. It got,
You know, my understanding, and again, all new to me, but, you know, the board picks the CDA board. And so that's like a big, you know, I don't really understand how that's all gonna work and, you know, how much, other than what, you know, Mr. Cole mentioned, what other county resources would be needed, you know, to monitor it, or if we needed to. My understanding is that the bond helps pay for Municap or some administrator to manage the whole thing. And, so that's how the applicant kind of made it seem like, oh, you don't have to worry about it, we take care of everything, so. Yeah.
but we're still at some point, you know, like a co-signer on this loan, that we're saying that, hey, we support that, we think this subdivision will work or this will do. So it's really going to, you know, take a lot about other things you're worried about, growth in the county, how it affects the infrastructure. It's not just this one subdivision.
But we're not a co-signer.
But we're not a
Because
co-signer.
we're not responsible for payment.
You're correct from that standpoint, but we are responsible for our name being on it and for collections. You know, we talked about the tax on the commissioner side. I see a lot of this being on the treasurer side. If their things start to go south, she's going to be coming in and asking for extra staff because they've got to go now and do these extra things in court they normally wouldn't do, because we can go to the, you know, DMV stops, other things or to the state to get money. You can't with these. We'd have to go to the court to record these, like we did with the old water tap fees and stuff when we first did them.
These get safer and safer and more feasible as those lots get sold. The problem tends to occur when they don't sell at that pace and the developer is now the owner of record and they have to make payments on, if there are 400 lots and they only sold 100, they got to make a first payment on 300 lots that didn't sell. And, you know, how much are they in this for? Is it going well? And my New Kent example, 06, you remember what happened with the housing market? That's what happened. The houses didn't sell. Now, they have restructured that deal a couple different times. Things are working much better, but it was almost 20 years of a pretty dormant development that just wasn't moving forward. The other thing that I think is somewhat relevant is you now have a community that is not only paying taxes, but they're paying an annual special assessment. You know, does that psychologically play into that community's mind of, you know, we're paying more than everybody else? Well, the reality is you're paying because your development needed water and sewer infrastructure, but that doesn't always resonate. In New Kent's case, they felt strongly that residential homeowners, when they bought the lot from the developer, or the lot plus the house, however that worked, that the county found some mechanism to require that the special assessment be fully paid at closing. So let's say every lot owes $800 a year. But that would take, I don't know how long their debt is going to be, but that would take 20 years to pay back the bond. So what they found was a mechanism to say, look, $800 a year times the 20 years, we want that money up front so that your parcel does not need to continually pay the annual assessment.
They actually brought it up that you could do that.
Okay.
In the presentation, they said a homeowner could prepay. Remember? I remember that very
Correct.
clearly.
But obviously I was lucid earlier, not now. Isn't that what I said?
It is, except in your scenario, on day zero, there is not who's going to pay to put $3 million in the ground. And this CDA provides $3 million on day zero. The only way to do that is sort of the old-fashioned way, is the developer gets their funding in place in a traditional way.
I wasn't lucid.
You were not lucid.
Same
Or they pay it at the end.
So,
when
Mr.
everything
Cole,
is sold.
who oversees New Kent CDA, if you don't mind me asking? Is it their board, or do they have people assigned to it?
They have a CDA board that includes the county administrator. And I think every Board of Supervisor can appoint a board member. And in some cases, board members served as CDA board members, but not universally.
Mr. Wilmot, I'm not volunteering.
You're on it.
At risk of, since we do have an attorney that specializes in bonds, and he hasn't had a chance to discuss anything with you, and we have always listened to him regardless of his opinion. Have you seen a downside, Mr. Bruno, other than what Mr. Cole's mentioned?
I mean, I think that the downside is what Mr. Cole talked about. What happened in New Kent is just that if it doesn't go well, you've bought yourself a headache that's going to last 20 years potentially, and it's going to fall on staff and treasurer, those types of people. They're going to be involved in the fix, so that's the downside to once you get past the threshold questions that Mr. Cole talked about, like, do you want this? Is this what is this the type of development that you want in the spot that you want, all that sort of stuff. But if you're going to do it, then yes, the downside is just sort of dealing with the headaches after the fact.
Well, to try to become lucid again, how hard would it be to work it into the CDA that once a property is bought, the amount is paid? Can we dictate that?
Yeah, I mean,
I alluded to that, and
I know-
there is, I think there's something in the law about
So there is a mechanism
treating
in
residential and non-residential property similarly in that regard, and there was a workaround that they figured out, and it may have been that the developer required the prepayment and not the county. I don't honestly remember how that worked, but there was some way that was done, because that was important to New Kent. They wanted everybody that bought a home, residential, to have that debt, that special assessment debt, extinguished on day one, so they didn't keep getting this special assessment bill every year.
I think that's the way it needs to work. Because then the developer would have the onus of paying it until it's sold. And then after it's sold, the residents that are there at time of purchase doesn't have the additional fees on an annual basis.
Their share, that lot's or partial share, would be defeased when the real estate transaction, the first real estate transaction, occurs on the parcel. The risk is, again, that the lots don't sell at the pace, and the developer.
But that's on the developer then.
Well, it is on the developer, but if they, and this happened in New Kent, now granted, it was a much larger scale, but the developers, or some of the developers, there were about 3 developers, a couple of them said, we're out. We're responsible for our share of the lots, and things aren't happening. Real estate market is in bad shape. We're cutting our losses, and you can have it, and you can try to sell it. We're just walking away. I'm not suggesting that this developer would do that if things don't sell according to their plan, but that would be where things go bad.
Right, that only solves, the upfront payment, it's only solved the one problem. The other problem is if it doesn't sell at all, like if something fails, right.
But still, the developer we have the property be foreclosed on to cover the cost.
But that property has a lien on it.
Right.
Right? You're trying to sell that
That's enough to
property.
resolve us.
It's got something equivalent to a tax lien on it, which is the unpaid special assessments.
Right.
Which can make it more difficult to sell.
And it seems to me if it was gonna go up 2%, right? And they were gonna make a profit off of it seemingly somehow, would the developer even agree to that going, we could have had this extra income, or would we want it up front? I mean,
Was it the developer or the company that CDA that?
right, the management, I mean, would they be amenable to losing that?
No, but again, the other thing is, like you said, if we have to upgrade our software.
Yeah.
We'd have to negotiate that too, so that in the cost that they were now looking to borrow for the CDA included the $500,000, $1 million for us to get our software up to be able to manage collecting and managing all this money. But I guess you can negotiate those things, but everything we add makes it less likely he'll do it.
Well, and I don't think that these bonds would be marketable without a CDA administrator.
Correct.
And that's typically done by a third-party entity. And again, the cost of that should be covered from the special assessments. Without that role, I guess presumably it would fall to the county to be the administrator, and that's a pretty complex process that endures for the entire term of the debt.
Yeah. And luckily, we don't have to make any decision tonight, but I thought it was valuable to get this information from another source other than the folks that are really wanting to make this happen here in this county too. Any further questions of Mr. Cole or Mr. Bruno?
I think the only thing for Mr. Bruno is he's here. Mr. Cole said he was going to do it out of the goodness of his heart to train his intern this summer, that meetings last forever, and Mr. Bruno didn't want to get wet, so he shouldn't charge us either.
This one's on me. This conversation is.
He made enough in the last conversation. This is a freebie.
No such thing as a free lunch.
I'm going to tell you right now, it's going to cost me. But no, thank you all.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you both for your time and patience this evening. Okay, moving right along. We now are moving to item E, a pump and haul request from Carvers Creek LLC. Mr. Baines.
Yes, sir. Some of the background on this, it's in your packet, but basically, this is the Carver Creek Solar Facility, and on that property, they've come to our planning department and asked the zoning administrator if there could be what do we call the structure? I'm going to shout it to me. I would.
They wanted to put an office on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I thought it was called an appendix what's the alternative? Not alternative. What's the type of structure when we have a second structure on our property? Accessory structure.
No, this would be an office accessory to the solar facility.
Thank you. Accessory to the solar facility. I apologize. But they want to put an office up there, and we had some questions because he requested a pump and haul. We waited on the health department to do a few responses, and they basically didn't want to have any real response. They told us, well, I guess pump and haul is good up there. We know there's other alternatives, but there is Mr. Steve Martin here from Carvers Creek. If you have any questions, to ask him what they expect to do with the facility and why they need it.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Dr. Lemming.
Carvers Creek is in my zone. I'm already on the record having sent a message to Ms. Legg opposing anything other than a septic system, and I in my district would oppose pump and haul. There certainly are other alternative septic systems which many of my constituents have to place at their homes, and if they want to have an office there, or if you want to call it an accessory structure, and it requires a bathroom, what they want to do is it's just cheaper to pump and haul than it is to have an accessory system. I'm sorry. Yes, I apologize. So I'm just going to tell you right out of the gate, the Pettsworth District is opposed to pump and haul there.
Yes, sir, we appreciate that, and I also ought to include that if y'all do decide to do this, this means that our attorney has to then write up an agreement with whoever we are going to have do the pump and haul, because it becomes a county permit with the health department that then we have to enforce through to the actual owner of the property.
And if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Chairman, if I'm not mistaken, reading through the materials before tonight's meeting, A, the county has never issued a permit for a structure that's not yet built, and B, the permit for the pump and haul would have to be issued in the name of? Yes, that's right, Gloucester County.
Yes, sir. It's your pleasure, Mr. Chairman.
So this would basically result in a permanent pump and haul.
Oh, yeah.
There are, because I think without any, because it doesn't perk, I don't think even an ASS or OSS would qualify, because if it did, they would say, it qualifies, but you have to do X, Y, and Z. There are other alternative systems, one of which is in use in Gloucester County. A second is in use in King and Queen from a company called Triangle Environmental. The problem is it's probably a little bit more costly than a regular septic or even an alternative system. But without there being a building there, I don't see the need for us getting involved in a permanent pump and haul situation.
Mr. Chairman, did I miss the soil report reading the documents? Because I don't think I
thought
ever
there
saw a soil
was-
report. I saw it referenced several times.
I saw it referenced
But
as well.
I never saw the soils report. I never saw the borings. That's what I'm asking about. If maybe I missed it, I could have gleaned over it, but it kept being referenced. I just never saw it. I don't think anybody else saw it.
I think you have to actually, we found this out with the one pump and haul we had, is that they have to go apply for the permit. Once they apply for the permit, then they would go up and do the soil study. So they haven't applied for the permit yet. But that was one of these things where we already approved the pump and haul for the need, and when they went to apply for it, they had to actually go and apply for a septic permit and get denied before they could do it.
So what is the pleasure of the board?
She says we do have it, we just didn't include it for tonight's discussion, the soils report.
Right. So is it the intent of the board to deny this request? It'd be easier to get a motion and handle it.
I move we deny the request.
Is there a second? We have a motion, we have a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Baines, would you pull the board?
Yes, sir. Dr. Orth?
Yes.
Dr. Lemming?
Yes.
Mr. Hudson?
Yes.
Mr. Crisco?
Yes.
Mr. Nicoso?
Yes.
Ms. Hanson?
Yes.
Mr. Bonneville? It was denied.
Okay. Next up, we have a request for exemption from expanded polyester ban. Mr. Baines.
Yes, sir. As you know, July 1st, a new requirement for smaller facilities to not be able to use styrofoam, and we have a request here from the Director of Family Ministries at Susanna Wesleyan. They had a large, pre-ordered styrofoam boxes, and we can, with y'all's approval, allow them to continue to use those so they run out of stock, and then buy the newer recyclable ones. But that's what the request is here tonight, is for that. And the Sebastian Brock is here if you want to see how many he's got, or if he's going to promise us he won't buy any more once he gets done with these.
Well, Ms. Hanson.
I remember asking you about, because Marina Crane called me, because they wanted the same exception. I wasn't sure. I thought we were gonna, but you said she didn't need to be here, and how did she request it? So I just want to be clear how we do that, because that was kind of a phone call I got last week
Mr. Chair, may I?
regarding.
Yes, Mr. Wilmot,
the waiver.
please.
Ms. Hanson, the resolution is on page 440.
Okay.
And we anticipated, I think, your question with reference to other entities who might want to enjoy the same exemption.
Yes, sir.
So we thought it important and actually legally required that we come to the board with the initial request, which you have.
Okay.
But this resolution on page 440 would also grant the county administrator the authority to grant additional exemptions.
Okay, that's what I recall. Thank you, Ted. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Wilmot.
We have a motion, we have a second. Is there any further discussion? Can we tax these, Mr. Wilmot?
Only if you create a CDA.
Okay. So with that, there's any further discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Baines, would you poll the board?
Yes, sir. Dr. Lemming? Yes. Mr. Hudson?
Yes.
Mr. Crisco?
Yes.
Mr. Nicosa?
Yes.
Ms. Hanson?
Yes.
Mr. Bonneville? Yes. Dr. Orth? Wow.
Thank
All right, it passed.
Okay, next up, we have a resolution of support for 6 proposed smart-scale projects. Ms. Rizzio is still here hanging out with us.
So, good evening again. So, the smart scale applications are due August 2nd, and with them, we need a resolution of support from the board for all 6 projects. So that's what I'm here tonight. I have the projects all on the slides. I can go through it real quick, just as a reminder of what
Please do.
what the projects are. So they're listed there. This is what we presented originally as the ideas and the changes that were made. The only one that was removed was number 1 completely, which is the crab thicket. The others were just certain aspects of the application, certain intersections or pieces were removed. So, so project number 1 was removed. Proposed project number 2 that is going to move forward, should you guys sign the resolution tonight, is Hospital Drive and 17. It's the addition of a pedestrian signalization of that intersection and a extended left turn lane into Hospital Drive. The second project is at Belroy and 17, and this was submitted in the last round of Smart Scale as well. It includes adding a westbound right turn lane approach to the westbound right turn lane on Belroy, and then restriping the restriping the westbound approach and adding an eastbound right turn lane. Converting the signal for those new turn lanes, extending all the left turn and right turn lanes on Route 17, adding more capacity. The next project is the extension of the shared use path, or sidewalk actually. It was proposed as a shared use path, but due to right-of-way constraints limiting the cost of the project, extending that shared use path along Roaring Springs Road from Wyncote down to the Holly Springs neighborhood. The next project includes 2 intersections. This is one the Middle Peninsula is going to submit for us, actually. It is adding dual left turn lanes on southbound 17 at Short Lane, and adding a receiving lane for that dual turning lane on Short Lane Road, adding left turn and right, two additional left turn lanes on Short Lane and Belroy to line up those intersections a little better. And the next... Burley.
That's where you talk, we may tie into that road at some point.
You would think the transportation person would know the names of the roads. Oh, gosh.
But that is Burley Road, and there's a lot of work on that intersection where we've had accidents with the water line, so we want to get everything backed up. So by having the road widened there, I can get fire hydrants further away from that intersection. It really will help a lot with that corner if they do that work.
You're talking about the corner of Lowe's.
Yeah, across from Lowe's. On the side where the gas station is, we have stuff 15 feet in the ground there, and it's just a nightmare to go down to get anything fixed. We're going to move it across the road when they do that widening.
Okay. And the Planning District Commission did pass their stuff to move this forward as well for the ones that the county asked them to put forward.
This also extends the turn lanes on Route 17 as well. And then the Hickory Fork one is adding dual left turn lanes and adding a dual receiving lane on Hickory Fork, northbound 17.
It really is.
Yeah, definitely needed.
I don't know what the vehicle count is on Hickory Fork, but it's got to be high.
Yes, it is high. The next project is Providence Road. This one has been submitted many, many times. We're going to give it another shot. It's adding a dedicated left turn lane so that the right turn lanes don't have to wait behind somebody turning left. And then the last one is the continuation of our widening to Guinea Road, from Tide Mill to Guinea Road, using mostly the median for the expansion and adding a shared use path along the east side of the road and a sidewalk infill where the commercial areas are on the west side of the road.
And VDOT's doing some work north of Tide Mill where we are, so we really are excited because that additional area, they're already starting to do some right turn lanes in there, so it'll just add to what we do. It'll reduce what we have to pay to get up to Guinea Road, but we're going to try to get up to it. And the sidewalk there will loop because it already goes down Old 17, Hayes Road, and comes around. This will give people an area to walk back up on the other side because they do walk up and down and try to cross. There's that one intersection already has a pedestrian crossing right there, and I kind of chuckle. It's at the McDonald's and the Walls Green, but I see people standing in the middle of the road all the time waiting for that light to change. We're like, you're taking your life in front of your hands. Those people are going 55 miles an hour, but they're there and it works.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir, Dr.
Move the
Lemon.
resolution.
We have a motion, we have a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Baines, would you poll the board?
Mr. Hudson?
Yes.
Mr. Crisco?
Yes.
Mr. Nicosa?
Yes.
Ms. Hanson?
Yes.
Mr. Bonneville? Dr. Orth?
Okay, next up.
Did you
we-
say Dr. Lemming? I didn't hear Dr. Orth say yes.
So next up, we have an update to our board meeting calendar, which is 5B, and the reason we couldn't just remove it is because we have to add the one in for our closed meeting on August 4th as well for the Berkeley group, and then potentially adding, I believe it was August 4th, August 5th, that Wednesday, the closed meeting we were supposed to have tonight for tomorrow night. They can actually do that Wednesday if it is agreeable to the Board of Supervisors.
You just need two different dates.
So the August 4th, we need to add a closed meeting to facilitate our discussion with the Berkeley group representing or to handle our county administrator. And that would be done, from like 4 to 6. And then we'd have our meeting from 6 to midnight on that August date, because there's several public hearings that night as well. And then we would need add the additional closed meeting for Wednesday, August the 5th at 6 p.m. for discussion of disposition of an interest in real property known as the Old Page Middle School property and a prospective business or industry would be that night on the following Wednesday.
I'm going to have to check. I may be out of town that week, but that's just me.
Well,
I can check.
we don't have another meeting.
No, it's dealing with,
Is 3 o'clock
we're
the
dealing
wrong
with
time
county
for that?
administrator, the new one. You need to-
August 4th was at 3.
Let me check.
Okay.
Let me check with the boss.
Well, we don't have the ability, it's easier to cancel the meeting than it is to add it, correct? So can we add those 2 dates, and if we need to adjust, we can? Because I think it's easier to cancel that meeting if we all of a sudden find it's not going to be able to work. So is there a motion to amend the calendar for?
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Mr. Baines, you want to pull the board?
Yes, sir. Mr. Crisco?
Yes.
Mr. Nicosa?
Yes.
Ms. Hanson?
Yes.
Mr. Bonneville? Dr. Orth? Dr. Lemming? Mr. Hudson?
Yes.
Next up, we have board appointments. And let me get to my handy dandy sheet here. Come on, computer. Really? All right. Oh, come on. All right. We have the Chesapeake Bay Wetlands Board. We have Mr. John Sprouse wishing for reappointment, and then Walter Priest not asking for reappointment. I think we have a couple of interested folks in here. I don't know if anyone has talked to anybody.
Mr. Chairman.
Reappoint Mr. Sprouse.
Is there a second? Okay, Ms. Hanson?
See, there's a York District representative needed for that?
Yes.
Okay.
And if you don't have one tonight, you can take the time to call them if you'd like.
I didn't realize.
Nope, you're fine.
So I'll be on the bowler.
Okay. The next we have Community Policy and Management Team, Ms. Regine Biggers. We need to appoint. So would someone make that motion? Motion and a second. Is there a second? Second. Okay. We then have 2 Library Board of Trustees that we need, and we don't have to do those tonight if you have not spoken with them. And then we have 2 LEPC members, Mr. Harry Colstock and Mr. Roger West, both seeking reappointment. We have a motion. Is there a second? Okay. So let me go through this. Chesapeake Bay, we have John Sprouse. CPMT, we have Ms. Regine Biggers. Nothing for the Board of Trustees, and then both for the LEPC. Been motioned and seconded. Any question, discussions? All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. And we'll do our best to get the other ones filled at our next meeting. Okay, moving on.
No, sir, I'm just happy to be here.
Thank you. Thank you for staying here with us all evening. Boards and commission reports. I do have one commission report, Middle Peninsula Planning District Commission. We hired an executive director early June. He submitted his resignation effective Monday at about 11:30 in the morning. So we will be scheduling a special meeting here very quickly to figure out what we're going to do to look for the next one. Just wanted to make everyone aware of that. In the meantime, we have our, I forget what his title is. Mr. Lawrence is still there. He's not an active executive director, but he's there for break. He's behind that little piece of glass that you break in case of an emergency. So we have him, and we also have Mr. John Edwards up there working part-time, is retired from town of West Point recently. So we have some folks there that are able to make sure we keep the wheels on the bus. Anybody else? Seeing none, we'll go to supervisor discussion. I think we're discussed out or disgusting, one of the two. And we have a second.
Second.
We have a motion and a second for adjournment. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. We are adjourned. Thank you all very much.